Welcome everybody to the Sleestakians show. I'm your host Lorenzo Sleestak. Not sure where Daniel is. Kind of sent out the link at the last minute. Like to say hi to Mr. Yanafui, Matt Rogers, aka Mr. Matt, Johnny Boy, the Head Ninja, aka Shinobi, Suzanne, the Metal. Well, by the way, I've been playing Honkai Star Rail quite a bit lately. I like the story. Actually, I'm finding that I'm preferring it to Genshin Impact. Nice turn-based combat. Hey, Chris Longfellow and John Dillard. Great to see you. Oh, and Johnny Boy. And Suzanne. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Anyway, as I said, the link's in the chat. I can pin it in the YouTube chat. I'm not sure how to do that over at Twitch. So far, the stream seems to be in working order. Yeah, unlike last week. Hopefully things will go well. Earlier, I was having some internet problems, so I don't know. But hopefully it'll be better than last time, because last time I think you and let's see, Lamb and Mike Walters took turns hosting the stream, because I really was barely even. I was only on for like a few minutes here and there on the panel. Hey, Dave, welcome. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need a better computer if I want to run OBS. There's no way I'm running it on this potato. That's for sure. I just got this. I just remember people were complaining about how YouTube had changed it so they had to, so that they couldn't stream from their phone anymore unless they had a certain number of subscribers. And so it was like, okay, what's a cheap laptop I can get, just to show people, hey, you can even stream on a potato. And what I did is I didn't get the cheapest Chromebook. I got one with a touch screen, and it served me actually quite well. I mean, I've accidentally dropped it multiple times. It's but the problem I've been having is with the Wi-Fi, and it's not just with the Chromebook. It's in general. Look, yeah, it's. I'm just using a Chromebook. Good evening, Mike Brown. Always great to see you. Yes, I've tried turning it off and on. Yeah, I recommend everybody check out if you're into like technology or computers and stuff. Check out the IT Crowd, old British sitcom. That's what they would always ask if it was these IT guys, and they would ask if you try turning it off and on again. It was kind of like the Big Bang Theory when it first started, like before not the pilot episode, because the pilot episode actually like had a female nerd character, and that wasn't until later on the like official show that they ended up making. But originally there was just like one woman on there, and she wasn't really all that tech savvy, and that's kind of like what the IT Crowd is. But I think the IT Crowd remained like, I think it remained funny longer. That's just my personal view, because I don't know, with me the Big Theory, just over time it it kind of lost its sense of purpose. It was supposed to be like these nerds that couldn't get a date, and they were just trying to date the gal across the hall, and it turned into the show where like they all had ended up, almost all of them, except for maybe the guy running the comic book shop, ended up with a girlfriend. So that kind of defeated the purpose of the show, in my opinion. IT Crowd, the one guy I think had better luck with women. I can't remember if how well Moss fared, because he was both those guys I'd say were on the spectrum, but I'd say Moss was maybe even more so than his friend he worked with. Yeah, Tek'l handle. He talked to the elders of the internet so that they improve your internet signal. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I might. Well, I received a message today saying that there were outages in the area as far as the internet. So I'm glad it's even working. Well, somebody was backstage and I went to click on them and then they disappeared. So my apologies to anyone who don't know what happened there. If you're able to rejoin, I invite you to. Yeah, I think it was a overall like a more creative show. You know, if people like the Big Bang Theory, that doesn't hurt me one bit. You don't even really have to choose between the two of them. I just think that there's some parallels. Not that I think it's necessary. I don't know. It's not like I don't think it's a direct clone, you know, necessarily. It could have been influenced by the IT Crowd, or it could have just been coincidental that it was both had kind of a basic premise at the beginning, but they both went in different directions. I don't know. Chromebook actually has it's pretty powerful. It runs Linux. I mean, that's what Chrome OS is Linux. Oh, welcome, Ethereal Dragon.
Hello.
Dragon.
So what's new with the chat and everyone? Hey, Dave. Hey, Mr. Yanafui, Matthew, and is that BC or what? Then Travel Treasure Trail.
Hey, Treasure Trails. Reptilian Observer and Civil Serpent. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, Reptilian Observers are welcome. And Trilogy Villain, welcome. Were you backstage before? If so, I apologize. If
you merely adopted the darkness, I was born in it. Hey, Lorenzo, what's up?
Hey, welcome.
How's it going, Ethereal Dragon?
Hey, Shinobi. Hey, Trilogy.
Fix your font, Treasure.
Oh, it's just the head ninja.
I kind of like the font, other than it's really hard to read on this particular screen, because on a bigger screen, I don't think I have an issue.
Yeah, I'm on a bigger screen that I can't tell what that second letter is. It's like B. Is that supposed to be a C or something else?
I don't know.
That's some fancy font going on, though. Like it.
Yeah.
So, Trilogy Villain, have you been
Not
on
really.
before?
Just can't seem to make out what some of those letters are.
I'm not very good at recognizing.
Is that BC Treasure Trails or something else?
BC Treasure Trails.
So have you
been? Yeah, is that really before, like fancy writing you see in old books?
Huh?
I think what he's implying is that the girls are hairy
in medieval books.
So, Trilogy Villain, have you been on before?
Yeah, I've been on before.
As trilogy villain?
No, I wasn't on his trilogy villain. It's Inexorable Wordner. Look at the logo. I put it on the chest. I thought it was clever, but I guess it was not.
Oh, this word nerd?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Didn't mean to mislead you there.
that's...
Maybe you saw Bane and you were.
Yeah, because
it threw you off.
somebody else we know uses Bane. Was it Hargrave, I think? At times. Also,
Oh yeah. He uses Bane, or he's a bear. I think maybe he's a bear in real life or something. I don't
Polo
know.
Bear.
Yeah. Because I doubt he's Bane, but he could be a bear. Some of them like Yogi Bear talks, so it's possible.
I chose this image because I feel like only a certain very few people could pull off a jacket like that.
True.
Not me.
Like with the furry collar and stuff, I don't think I could pull it off.
Yeah, I can't, especially once I get any color on my skin.
You nearly adopted the darkness. I was born in it. We do battle for the soul of Gotham City.
How about I just burn you to death since I'm a dragon?
There's no dragons in Batman universe.
But there's no Sleestakians, but that's what Lorenzo is.
Well, I'm from the land of Lost. Things might be different where you're from.
I think if the trilogy would have had Sleestakians and Bane, I think they would have got the same fanfare and awards as Dark Knight Returns.
So remember,
unpopular opinion.
So like most of the green men that aren't dinosaurs. Well, some are kind of like dinosaurs, but most of my brothers are Sleestaks. I identify more as the ancient Altrusians. I think I have more in common. Mostly, you can't really. You're not going to run into too many Sleestaks that can learn English. They struggle with human languages.
Yeah, don't they communicate telepathically? They use the power crystals to.
Well, the modern day Sleestaks are kind of. I don't know how to say it without getting me into trouble, especially
technologically
since
diverse.
Twitch. They're kind of intellectually disabled, I'll say.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess that's taking things a little too far. I guess they're just not. They're not as bright as their ancestors. And if they see someone who is, they throw them into a pit to the Sleestak god. If somebody's a little too much, if they see somebody, they think they're afraid because they're too smart or whatever. Supposedly, so they just throw them to the Sleestak god in the pit, this monstrous creature. So my family did attempt to fit in by changing our surname to Sleestak, but that didn't really. I'm not sure if that happened in the land of Lost or once we ended up, on Earth, because we're from a different dimension, but it's kind of failed miserably. And then there's Sleestak, there's Altrusian, but the name of the show is the Sleestakians, and my buddy Manny gave it that name, and doesn't really mean anything in my world or in the human world except for the name of a show. So, sorry, I probably just made things even more confusing there. Welcome, George.
Hi.
Jilch of the jungle.
Oh, hey, Disney lover, welcome.
I'm here to promote my new crowdfunding campaign.
Hello, Timothy and Disney lover.
You might see some Sleestaks on TikTok. That's a possibility. It's
Yes, but most people on
here's
TikTok are cringe.
here's Mr. Matt's his Substack. Definitely recommend checking out his musings. You know, he also posts music over there. Yeah, and like apparently that's a long essay. If people want to check that out. Let's see, Journey. Oh, here's the Melvin campaign. Yeah. So, who was born? Oh, was Bane born in the dark and molded by it, or were we talking about Batman?
Yeah, well, he was born in the movie. He was born in that prison.
Oh, I don't really watch movies
And he was
anymore.
a member of the League of Shadows. You know what I mean? That was just the famous line from it.
Every once in a while, I'll watch a movie on George's channel because he shows some of the older ones.
Cool.
I don't watch too many of the newer movies. I kind of lost interest in most things Hollywood. Don't have the best attention span anymore. But I do watch a lot of YouTube. I'll occasionally watch Hulu or some other streaming service. Hey Chad, welcome.
Yeah, same here. Or play some video games. I'm sharing the screen right now. I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, cool.
Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition on a private server that's been perpetual for 15 years. They've been building content, and it's based in, I don't know if you're familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, but it's based on the original Ravenloft campaign setting. So it's a horror RPG server.
Well, that's cool. I've never played Ravenloft. I played some Dark Sun.
Yeah, it's classic, like the lord of the server.
Yes, it's the one place you don't want to end up because there's no escaping from it. So short of a miracle.
Exactly. It's called it's a private server on Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition called Prisoners in the Mist, and you're abducted and you're stuck and nobody's leaving. And the Lord is it's classic, like Lord Strayhead is the vampire, has a castle on the server, and everything's dire and it's horror. You don't go out at night. There's lycanthropes and evil shit everywhere. It's a lot of fun. Like, this is daytime, so this is all well and good. But normally at night, this is the outskirts in the area, and you would be safe here, relatively safe. But you can see these blood smears or players who've been murdered by whatever was lurking out at night. You can see there's smears where players have been murdered. I've been on the server playing.
We're not watching anything on the screen other than.
Oh, he didn't share it? Oh, okay.
Unless but we need for you to screen share for like a half hour. Well, not really.
Yeah, you're sharing the wrong screen.
Am I? Oh, maybe I am.
Oh, we didn't focus on Word Nerd. Well, then.
Were you?
Then what? Here we go.
Here, I'll try again. I mean, I got it. Window. I clicked on Neverwinter Nights.
I thought you were going to share something, George. And so I just
no. I'm here to tell you guys about my new crowdfunding campaign. I'm funding crowds.
That sounds very Fauci. I mean, not Fauci. Soros-esque.
Hey, listen. Hey, if at 4 years old, right? My brother's half my age. At 100 years old, what age would my brother be?
At 4 years old, your brother's half your age?
Yeah.
So that means he's 2 years younger than you.
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah,
a word
you did
nerd
it.
mystery Anafui. With
No,
the
sorry.
Vega.
No, that's wrong. At 4 years old, your brother's half your age. That means you were 8. That means
Yeah.
half of 8 is 4. So he's 4 years younger.
Okay, are we sharing?
I'm hearing a
I mean,
good thing about the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. Although whether or not Splinter is gay is up for debate. Because I like to talk about this like few seconds. Like that could be multiple things. It's like because you know how it is, everyone's like buying gay things and everything is like not everything you just because you think it's gay doesn't mean it is. So knowing is like, oh look, those two guys are friends. They must be gay. Why? Why can't people just be friends anymore in a TV show?
So, George, I thought you were going to share something.
Huh?
You said you were going to share something, and then you never shared anything.
all right, fine. Let me find something. Excuse me.
The dude is 80. The brother is 40, unless I misheard. And hey, Raggedy Man?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I fully heard that correctly or not.
All right. Here, let me share. Let's see, where's the window? There you go.
How does one do that, George? I think it's a question about how someone funds crowds. Is that what you said you were going to do?
Oh yeah, Antifa gets funded, and they are a crowd.
I try not to mention them, or
all right, Black Lives Matters gets funded, and they are a crowd.
oh, and Mr. Matt posts photography and music on Substack. Yeah, Substack's pretty cool. You can do a lot with it. There's some folks backstage.
Okay,
Welcome, John Harvey.
That's right.
Harvey.
Let me mute the screen because I got you echo mode. There we go. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, doing great. Thanks for asking.
I feel like I should just have like my logo up because like there's no faces with mine.
all right. So what you're seeing, Lorenzo, is one of the sections in Denali's Immortal Mask.
I think you've shown this on here about 3 times now.
No.
Nice.
I didn't show this stuff.
Okay, I don't remember seeing this.
Yeah. These are a few pages of the of how the book gets constructed.
How long is the book going to be?
200 pages.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's ready. It's no crowdfunding for it.
So, not all the books are out now, or how many books are available currently?
This the hardcover. This the hardcover. What you're seeing here.
The hardcover have extra content.
What you're seeing here is from the hardcover.
So, what's the difference between the softcover and the hardcover books?
See the bottom 2 panels there. The soft cover is black and white. The hard cover is in color.
Awesome.
So wait, is the soft cover in black and white?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to use? I know you said you've already produced the book. Are you going to use crowdfunding as a sales mechanism?
Nope. Nope. It's just a straight purchase.
Off your website?
Yep. Just like the soft cover, which has been available for the last year.
Gotcha.
Welcome,
Okay.
Shinobi.
Hello.
I can't
Shinobi?
see. I can't see anything, Shinobi. I don't know if. Huh.
Is he saying anything either?
I can see or hear anything.
Guess he's having technical issues.
And if people like what they're seeing, please like and share. Looks like. Wait a second. What was that? Yeah. Also, now is the logo always in color?
That's the very last. Spoiler. That's the very last page.
Oh.
What you're seeing here is the top left corner is the original thumbnails. Then the two thumbnails to the right is Denelli expanding on that one page of thumbnails to make it into 2 pages. And then
he came Grady.
Again, the bottom the middle section is thumbnail versus inks.
Hey, Pascali.
And the bottom one is, again, the original thumbnail, and then Denali's notes on how to expand that single page into 2 pages.
And if you like what you're seeing, please like and share. It really helps us get the word out.
That's it.
Well, that's cool. So if somebody wants the black and white, they get the soft cover, and if they want the color, they get the hardcover, and if they want both, they can get both, right?
Yeah. Well, only while the supplies last on the original soft cover.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The soft cover will never get reprinted. Whatever's left, that's it.
Nice.
Oh, that's interesting.
You may have mentioned it before, and I may have missed it. What's the price points?
I don't know what the hardcover is. The price point on the softcover is $50 for all 3 books, shipping included.
Okay.
How long are the books? How many pages?
130 pages altogether. The hardcover is 200 pages. And this is the back cover of the hardcover.
What additional content do you get in the hardcover?
Oh, you get the 1930s adventure, the 1850s adventure, and the extra supplemental stuff that you saw there.
Nice. So it's kind of like your compendium.
I think. Wait a minute. Give me a sec. Let me have a quick look.
So
I never even thought about this.
Is the hardcover all the books then?
What's that?
Is the hardcover like all the books, but in color with extra stuff?
Oh yeah.
Oh, so it's an omnibus and with extra material and in color, and looks like some of the artwork was maybe remastered.
Yeah. So the 1930s section is about 30 pages. The 1850 section is about 30 pages. The main story is, I think it's like 140 pages, and then the supplemental is about 20 pages or 30. I forgot what it is. I'm ballparking the numbers.
Hey, Gap After Dark. It says hello all. Welcome, Shinobi. Oh, there you are. Now we can see your profile pic. Oh, you drew this on the last stream, right? Last week's stream.
Hey, Gap.
So
Here,
I can see you, but I
okay.
can't hear you, Shinobi.
Let's see.
Technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was luck. At least it's not as bad as Discord.
So John, what's your channel? Do you have a YouTube channel or?
I do have a YouTube channel. I haven't been as active as I probably should have. Definitely
That's
haven't.
fine.
But I've been making books for a while. I've got a new book that'll be hitting Indiegogo in September, called Black Tiger Hidden Dragon. It's the second volume, and it will be basically the conclusion to the Hidden Dragon story arc. So that story arc in and of itself is about, I guess a story about 150 pages of story. No, more like, I should have done the math before. More like 160 pages of story, and there is a story arc that precludes it called Legacy of Fury that was produced in one 172-page graphic novel as well. So there are 12 issues, the equivalent of 12 kind of 25-page issues of Black Tiger, except for the first issue was 32 pages. So the campaign will enable folks to, if they're familiar with Black Tiger, they can get the second volume, assuming they have Legacy of Fury and they already have Volume 1 of Hidden Dragon. Or if they're absolutely new to Black Tiger, they can get a hold of the content and have over 300 pages worth of Black Tiger content to read.
That's incredible.
It's just been a long time in the making. That's all.
That's good though.
Yeah, this has been
300 pages of content.
Yeah. So it's I've been working with Rod Looper. I've been working with him for. I mean, it's been a long process. I mean, we started Black Tiger over 20 years ago together. So the industry was totally different when we first started. We were distributing to Diamond. Getting into LCSs that way, and this whole great digital revolution, and then the ability for us to be able to with this whole revolution, with crowdfunding books, and it's been awesome. It's been amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. The market has changed, but also the technology has changed. I know what you're saying, and I remember when print-on-demand technology started to emerge.
Oh man,
there's just this brand new thing and this big saturation of content, and so it was. I want to say it's a good thing for self-publishing, but it was also tough coming up because there were a lot of people that I talked with that didn't like independence because there was such a saturation, and they kind of got burned on poor quality because the technology is there, but so anybody can publish. But then again, you don't have to have any credentials to be able to do it. So one person in particular I went to a show and I talked with the creator of The Crow. And I was really excited to meet him. Yeah, James O'Rourke.
Welcome, Shinobi.
Had a conversation with him about it, and he in particular told me that he tried some indie, but he didn't like it because the quality was poor. And we traded some work and stuff, and had a conversation. It was cool, just to kind of hear professionals' insight on it. And a lot of professionals were like that, where they look down on indie. But if you're producing quality and you're working for yourself, I think there's nothing better.
I think so, and the thing with indie is you don't have.
Can we hold on a second? I'm trying to figure out if Shinobi's microphone works because
I'm here.
This is like the third or fourth time he's tried joining. Sorry to interrupt because I like the conversation. It's pretty interesting.
You're good.
All right, I'm here. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, now we
Great.
can hear you.
Yeah,
go ahead, guys.
I had to
I'm
switch.
sorry. I just wanted to make sure. And welcome, Shinobi.
Yeah, I had to switch browsers. I got kicked out.
That'll do it. No, and my thoughts are the same as yours. I mean, the challenge is that the great thing about independence is, you're like, hey, we don't have the same gatekeepers that we had before. The thing though is the thing that the gatekeepers did do, at least in theory, at least back in the day, was, it was kind of a filter for quality. I mean,
Hold on a sec.
mhm.
There was no gatekeepers at all.
That
Okay,
may be true.
that's a myth or a misconception. Just because somebody said no, I don't want to publish you, that wasn't gatekeeping.
Well,
I mean,
maybe the term
you didn't have
gatekeeping.
any right to force your book to be published by somebody.
Yeah, no, maybe the term gatekeeping isn't the right word, but there's definitely a funnel. There's definitely a channel. Right?
Well, yeah, they were picking and choosing. They were picking and choosing what they wanted to publish to their audience.
Absolutely.
And that's it. Now here's the thing: were they right in their choices? Absolutely not. So most of the times they were wrong. Their sales didn't reflect their judgment, but they missed out on content that they could have had. This happens so many times. It's incalculable. And but here's the great thing about it. You self-publish on your own. You live and die, on your content. Is your content good? Is your content bad? That's total bullshit. Anyone who talks about the content's good or bad is total bullshit. It's if the content sells, it's good. If the content doesn't sell, it's not that it's
Well,
not
that just
good.
means
You either haven't found the market, or the content is not sellable.
You're talking about from the standpoint of capitalism.
No, I'm not talking about the standpoint of capitalism, because
if the book sells, it's a success, right?
Hold on. I mean,
even if the storyline.
There's plenty of examples of books that have made a lot of money, and people have considered them terrible. That stick figure.
That's what I'm saying.
Lorenzo, why? Come on, man! Don't interrupt. Let me finish.
Come on! I just wanted to say one fucking thing, and you wouldn't let me.
Well, yeah, it's because I haven't finished talking. You've been interrupted.
Yeah, Jesus, settle down a little bit, George. Will you? Jeez.
Yeah.
This needs to be talked about right at the moment. It's like, that's a myth. There's books that sell really well. And what were those books? Stick figures. Everybody can do stick figures. He just, applied himself. He drew stick figures. He had a story. He sold a lot of money. I think it was like $1 million on a stick figure.
My point is that's capitalism, right? Isn't that just capitalism? If somebody likes it, they buy it. And
yeah, I mean, it's all subjective. I think that ultimately we all just want to have fun here and talk about comics and everything. I mean, we could talk about the negatives experiences people have had, or the positive in publishing. Ultimately, it is all subjective, and we just want the readers to have fun. I mean, that's where I'm at right now. I want to make a fun book, and
like you were saying,
you're at the beholder. And if you're able to sell your book to people, that's great. If you haven't been able to sell it, you haven't found the market for it.
Oh yeah,
there's a market. There's a market for everything. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what the publishing market is. It's everything and anything. I mean, there's books that are somebody playing pool. There's a whole adventure on pool games or winemaking or food or food adventures and stuff like that.
But the thing is that even if, like, let's say somebody gets, okay, let's say some company decides, okay, we're we're not going to go with that book deal after all. That doesn't mean that there's not another company. Like if they want to go that route, there's all sorts of publishing companies too, and some of them actually get the books in the stores, or you can self-publish in a way that you were talking about before. That there's a what is it? Some sort of service that will distribute your book in Walmart and Amazon, a bunch of them simultaneously.
Yeah, do you guys know Ingram? And anyone know Ingram?
Yeah,
Ingram.
I know. Ingram Book Group. Yeah, I know what they are.
What about the other people here?
So I
Never
don't
heard of
really.
it.
It's just
I remember
like
you mentioned
Source
this before,
Ingram Book Group Publishing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, but what about the other people? Have you heard about Ingram?
I never heard of it.
Well, Ingram Sparks. Look it up. You upload your book to their service. You can order one book. You can order many books: hardcover, softcover, black and white, whatever, full color. And if you so choose, once your book goes through their service, of course you have to have your own ISBN number. Very important is that you can just press a button and your book will become available for sale on Amazon, on the Apple Store, in brick and mortar stores, Walmart, you name it, everywhere.
How much does it cost to get like an ISBN number? Because I've heard of people doing that before. Like
In Canada, it's free. In the United States, I hear it's anywhere
like 100 for 10 ISBN. It's like $10 per ISBN number, and you buy them in bundles of 10.
Yeah, that's United States.
Okay, so let's see. There's
Actually, you know what, Lorenzo? Here, let me show you what.
But ultimately,
Welcome,
while
Tommy,
he's
please.
looking it up and showing, I do want
Yeah.
to say one thing about things being subjective and how there's a market for everything, and that's true. And it is all subjective. But I mean, there's a market for YouTubers' bathwater. I mean, like you have to be realistic about like what things are actually marketable and what things are good. I mean, yeah, there's popular subjective.
well, like manga.
opinions.
There's like a
It
manga.
pushes a lot of
You can get a
things, but-
manga. There's a manga series about fishing. There's a manga series about this or that. There's one where like somebody's like where the characters.
Yeah, and I'm not even disagreeing. No, I agree with you, and I'm not even disagreeing with that because there is a market for things. If someone's going to buy it, then there's a market for it. That's it. Like in my direction, like as far as publishing goes, like I want to try to go push for excellence. I want to try to make something that's cool, and I'm just using my own taste as a guide. Things that I like and think are cool are. That's where I'm going with my own book. I want to make something exciting. We're going to showcase heroism and try to. I'm going to continue with like an artistic style of writing where I like words. The word nerd thing's not really just like a gimmick. Like I like artful sentences.
So what you're seeing is Denali's book, RJ's books right here, and even my book. That's available on Webtoons, but the hardcover is also available. So Denali's website, a direct store. You click on it. The processing goes through PayPal. Everybody's happy. You get the book between 3 and 6 days. Now you want to get Joe King versus Job Ads. It's on Amazon. It's on Barnes and Noble. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
All you do is just add it to your Amazon shopping cart and you buy it.
And this is not to disrespect anybody who has a book on Indiegogo or whatever. Didn't you have your book on Indiegogo, George?
Yeah, that was Joe King book
so,
too.
But it's also
that's a complete.
I never.
book.
But my point is that it's not it's the indie. For a long time, I've heard people like in certain parts of the indie comics,
right down there.
Say, oh, you have to only use Indiegogo or only use Fund My Comic or whatever platform.
Yeah, so
I think it's good. It can be useful to crowdfund things.
Yeah,
but I also think it's good to have it widely available. Like after maybe you do a crowdfund and then later you put the book on some other place or
right. So this is RJ's Grim Fairy Tales, over 500 pages, over 300 illustrations. It's available on Amazon. Oh no, you don't have to do that, Lorenzo. Bring everybody back. There's nothing.
This was zooming in a little bit.
So there it is. Everything here is available through Amazon. See, the devil you know better. I'll open this up. Error. Sorry. Let's try this. There you go. Now, what's this all about?
And so
everything in this row right here is available. It went through Ingram, and once you activated it, it became available on every platform. Same thing with this particular book here. It went through Ingram, published through RJ Critical Blast, and it became available in every store.
Okay. Yeah,
that's true. But the other thing is that it'll be available for order in every store, but they don't promote it and they're not going to stock it on shelves. So you still have to do all your same promotions like crowdfunding. But it does just make it available.
Yeah, you have to. Of course, you have to tell people. But you know what the sales pitch is? Buy the book now. You don't have to wait.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with publishing through them. I've published through them before. Self-published a book through Ingram Book Group. So that's the thing. Okay. Like people can go to Barnes and Noble and order your book if they know about it, but none of those stores will stock your book, and it's available in digital, which is a nice thing. Like back when Kindle was really popular. It just depends on what direction you want to go. Like I don't have any preference either way. Well, hold on. I was saying something, George. Just give me a minute.
I know. I'm not interrupting.
No, you're good. So yeah, you were a little bit. That's okay. I know you didn't mean to. You're just excited about talking about publishing, and it's fine. But what I wanted to say is that I don't know if digital, like purchasing digital copies, as far as like Kindle and those kind of things, are as popular now as they were when Kindle first came out, and like the iPad. And so I don't know if that's a particular reason to do it. But at the same, and like I kind of prefer like the crowdfunding model, direct to customer, where you run a campaign and you ship directly to them. It feels a little more personal, and also it's easier on the creator, I think, as far as maintaining your business, because you do like a 2-month campaign and you keep it in demand, or you have a print run, you have it in stock, but you're able to run like a 2-month campaign and try to drive people towards your campaign rather than try to get them to go to Barnes and Noble to buy a copy, or you can still print off your own copies and sell them direct to customer that way. You get a publisher discount.
But there's also people who will say, I won't buy from let's say Kickstarter, or I won't buy from Indiegogo because Indiegogo's done this that to for whatever reason, there's a lot of campaigns that people are saying are shadow banned. I don't think Indiegogo uses that term, but I mean, just saying there's different reasons why people prefer one thing over the other.
I personally think
maybe somebody's got like.
I mean that's the customer's prerogative. If they don't want to purchase off a crowdfunding site, that's fine, and you still have the option to, in both cases, to print off copies and have them on hand to go direct to customer for those customers if you want to accommodate them. But I just think that crowdfunding and having your own customer base through crowdfunding is very attractive, and it's good for new publishers who are looking to build their business, because ultimately, as we've said many times before, many crowdfunders have said before that it's about supporting a publisher in their business. So you're paying a little bit more for the copy, and then you are supporting getting production funds to creators. And so you got to believe in the creator. If you believe that product's good and that they're a quality creator, then support them. And I think that having a 2-month campaign to do that, maybe get some production money, make a little bit of money so that you can do the next copy. That's what that exists.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a valid business model for a lot. For a lot of people. I also see what George was showing us as a valid business model as well.
I would still do crowdfund, even if I
like start using certain websites, over other,
We're launching the crowdfund, and I'm talking with some distributors right now. And even with distribution in place and going into shops, I'm inclined to continue to do crowdfunding and do like a special edition. I'll hire some expensive artists to do like special artwork exclusively for the campaign, so that backers can get like something that's a little more rare. And then you can make it available to everybody else with like a basic version of the book without all the extra features. So
marketing's always a funny bag, word nerd, and I agree with you completely. I mean, you need to have a niche, but at the same time, you want to make sure your books are available. By no stretch of the imagination am I a proponent of just like only using Indiegogo or as your sole means of distribution. But you do need to have a niche that you're appealing to, because that's going to be the preponderance of the backers or the customers that you get. But you want to have that ability for other folks to find you and to continue to build. And so for me, I've been using Indiegogo. There's a lot of good platforms. Fund My Comics seems great. Kickstarter the platform is fine, I guess, if you're not getting shadow banned. Then like you said, there's other means of distribution. For me, at least at the stage that I'm at and the critical mass or lack thereof that I have, this is the best way for me to market right now. For folks to know that I deliver books, that I've been delivering books, and that even if they back this on this campaign, this is just a sign up list. They can see like, oh wow, I've never heard of this guy, but there are almost over 200 pages worth of content that's already produced, that's available for this IP, plus this new volume. So I'm hoping, and what I'm trying to do is give people that feeling of this guy is credible. Even if it's in a sea of uncertainty, that can be provided because of the crowdfunding. I try to take away that element of uncertainty, and part of the way I do it a couple of ways. One of the ways is by getting far along in the production. So for like this volume, the story's complete, the pencils and inks are complete, 2/3 of the colors and 1/3 of the letters. So it lets you feel like, okay, this guy's going to get there. This isn't just a pie in the sky dream. And I realize that's part of what I have to do is my sales pitch. Like, hey, I've done this a number of times, and I've delivered, and I'm well down the road. So you don't have to worry about the book not being completed. Now, you liking it, that's you got to see if you like it.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Crowdfunding's been around for a little while, and I think some backers have been battered. So they're a little more shy to back the creators. But we're just launching a finished book, so the book's going to be finished when we go on launch, so they know the book's already done, and we're just looking to do. I hired some dudes who have a lot of experience to do some special pieces for the crowd, so that it's a collector's edition. And so this is going to be highly collectible. And then that's where we're marketing and going for with Author Bomb Books for our niche market. We're looking to make collectible books. They're highly collectible, and we're going to have original artwork that's valuable. I'm really excited about the new pieces that I got in. I think the backers are going to be excited about it. And it's also cool for our indie community to see that there's some professionals that have decades of experience in pro comics that want to get into crowdfunding and want to make content for the backers and for readers.
I definitely think that has a place, and I think it sounds like it makes perfect sense for you to do this. Now, for some other people, like let's say Doug Ernst, for instance, I know he's some people like him or dislike him or whatever, but it works out for him because he's published through a company called was it Iconic? And he just sells it right off of they just sell it right off of the website.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Why spread yourself thin?
Kind of like Denali's doing. Is
we're selling a lot of books, that's for sure. And I mean, they were around in this community before I showed up. So I mean, but I mean, I bought books from Iconic Comics. I bought the Soul Rider series. Someone referred me, and I read it, and I thought it was good quality, and I liked the stories. So I think they're doing good work.
But then again, you know, they're through a publisher. I mean that, you know, that, and it's not only, so there's like a rumor going around that like it's owned by like Doug Ernst or Tim Lam or one, you know, or Mark Pellegrini or one of those guys. You know, it's like, but it's my understanding that it's a company that's owned by like
someone else,
you know, businessman that, and it's.
Well, you know, assuming everything is good, as creators, our job is to try to get our book out in a reasonable fashion, you know, as broadly as we can. You know, that's what all of us are trying to do. We're trying to get our books. We're trying to find our niche. We're trying to find our audience. And some of those audience members, like you said, are crowdfunders, are, you know, backers. Like I'm backing a lot of crowdfunding books, but you know, 4 years ago, I didn't know anything about this world. There's a whole world of people out there that still don't know anything about this world, but that love comics. Maybe don't love what they're seeing on the shelves, but love comics. So I think we're all trying to crack that, you know, crack that nut. Okay, whether it's working through another publisher or whatever, trying to figure out how do we get our books into the hands of those other folks.
And oh, by the way, check out Gap After Dark's got some links in the chat. They weren't showing up in StreamYard, or at least I wasn't seeing them. There's Ingram Spark. There's Shavinator, which is George's website, and it also has another link to, you know, something else on there, another game that George made, and so because George also designs games.
Nice.
And cool. The link to your campaign, to your sign-up page, is also in the chat.
Oh, awesome! I appreciate that.
Been doing an awesome job as a mod. I'd like to thank you. Sorry, I wasn't highlighting. Like, for some reason, I either wasn't showing up in chat, or I wasn't seeing. Maybe I just wasn't noticing things because I'm using a very tiny laptop. It's like 14-inch screen or something like that. So
yeah. Lorenzo, is it okay if I play this trailer?
Huh?
Is it okay if I play this trailer, Lorenzo?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm hoping there's sound. If there's a way to you know, have technical errors, I'm the guy that will do it. So I guess we'll see if there's sound. You guys hear it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's him, mate.
That's beautiful. So just a quick teaser for some of the art that's you know, that you can find in the book. I'm excited for this campaign. I mean, for those of you that have seen Black Tiger before, you know, this is a story that's been building up for quite a while, and this is really kind of an apex. There's a lot of action going on in this story, and I guess as a comic book guy, you know, especially growing up in the 70s and 80s, you know, it's funny. I started, so when I started to consider myself truly a comic book collector, when on the spinner rack, Avengers basically was basically the Byrne and Perez run on Avengers. So I was just like, oh man, this is amazing. I'm now a comic book collector. My friend at the same time, he was collecting Frank Miller's Daredevil. So we would go to each other's houses and read each other's books. And I read The Death of Elektra, that whole series, at his house on his brother's bunk bed. And I was so taken by the choreography that Frank Miller did in books and comics. And I just said, man, you know, I love that element of the fight flow, you know. Plus, he kind of had that Will Eisner kind of effect of how he could draw your eye from one panel to the next. And I said, you know, of course, you know, I want my stories to be solid. I said, but I want my fights to flow. And I've always loved Hong Kong martial arts movies. So I grew up on those, Channel 5, Kung Fu Theater. You know, those were, there were no superhero movies back then. So, I mean, those were kind of the superheroes. You know, you get to watch Kung Fu movies and read comic books. Who could beat that? So, you know, comics, I'm sure like it is for all of us, we put in all the things that we love, you know? And so Black Tiger is just an ode to so many things that I love. You know, martial arts, I love superheroes, I love, you know, mutants. I love historical references. We get a lot of that too. You know, we hop into the, get some ancient Mayan references, some references to feudal Japan, and just having fun stories that just take you on a grand adventure. That's what I love in comics.
Can't argue with
Cool,
that.
man.
So if you guys sign up, that's what you're in for. And if you sign up as well, I'm going to provide folks that get physical tiers an extra goodie, at least, whether if it's not a sticker or a patch. I also have some prints that I have left over from some other campaigns. So I'm definitely going to make sure that I reward people that sign up and back something physical.
John, a quick question, if I may.
Of course.
How long have you? When did your creation start? When did you start actually creating comics? When did it become a figment into your mind that I've got to go and do something like this?
Okay, that's a great question. Man, I think as a child, I was so enamored with comics, and just the left brain, right brain. I mean, for me, comics got me started reading. In all honesty, I mean, my mom couldn't give me a book to read. There was nothing I was interested in reading in school. But, you know, comics, it started with the pictures. And, you know, with good comics, you get 80% of the story just by looking at the picture, maybe more. And I was like, I actually got to read these books to get the remainder of the story. So I started reading. And comics sent me on an adventure. So I started from comics to fiction to nonfiction. But to your question, at a young age, I was enamored. So I was making my own comics using existing characters. You know, I was making Space Ghost comics. I was making Herculoids comics. I was making comics of all these different characters. You know, the funny thing is I was reading comics and, you know, loved the Super Friends. I didn't realize that the Justice League were the Super Friends because I didn't know. and they never referred to themselves as the Justice League. So I would go to the spinner rack. There was a drugstore there were a couple of drugstores near us. One was a 7-Eleven. Well, that's not a drugstore. Then there's another drugstore named Webster's. And Webster's had 2 spinner racks, which is a big deal. And I would always go looking for a Super Friends comic. And no one there knew anything about comics. So I was like, do you have any Super Friends comics? They're like, no. But I'd pick up a Batman comic, a Wonder Woman comic, a Superman comic. And then I knew Spider-Man from the old cartoons. So I pick up Spider-Man. There was the Bill Bixby Hulk show. So I pick up the Hulk. And then one day I picked up the Avengers and it had a bunch of characters that I knew. And I was like, oh, hey, I know Iron Man. I know some of these characters. What's going on? Then I started getting into group books. Finally figured out that the Justice League was actually, you know, Super Friends. It depends on the rotation. I mean, there was no Superman or Batman in the book at the time. So I was like, who are these guys? But so I started when I was in college. A buddy of mine he started working, and this is in Los Angeles. He started working for Motown. Motown developed an animation division in the Miracle Mile area of Los Angeles, like kind of near La Brea Tar Pits for those that know LA, not too far from Melrose. And I was at USC at the time, and my buddy's like, hey, he's an editor, and he's like, I think I can get you in to this, to work part-time over here at Motown Animation. I was like, man, I would love to do that. So he gets me an interview. Michael Davis was the CEO, and Michael Davis is one of the founders of Milestone. So this is after Milestone that Michael Davis went over to set this whole deal up, and he set it up with Barry Gordy. So he set up this whole deal with Motown Animation. So I got to work at Motown Animation. I was so excited, and my job, I was just a gopher. So I mean, my boss wanted coffee, I got that. The kids in the pen, they needed something, I got that. I took care of everything. But what I really wanted to do was to create comics and to write. So I was always pitching my boss an ideas, and he's like, hey, John, he's like, I don't need that idea, but what I do need you to do is get me some donuts. So why don't you go,
Good God.
go get these donuts. So I worked that job for a couple of years, and then I got a lucky break because the way the solicitations worked in Diamond, you put your solicitation in, and then the clock is running. So we were already well down the way, down the path of publishing this one book called Trouble Man from a buddy of mine named Chuck Drost. He created it. And I had actually worked on the book with him. I didn't create it, but I worked on concepts, and I put like a kind of a mock script together for it because I really loved the idea. It was kind of a Men in Black before Men in Black, but it was in space. So, it was, kind of that concept. And it was, what ended up happening was the writer that we hired, won't say his name, he ended up not writing. He ended up just ghosting the project. And the book is already in solicitations in Diamond. So my boss comes to me, I'll never forget it because it was a Thursday, and he says, okay, John, he's like, you've been bugging me for a year and a half to write a book, and I've been pushing you off. He's like, here's your chance. He's like, you're going to come back on Tuesday with a full script for the first issue of Trouble Man, so it's kind of like, it would have seemed like the cart leading the horse because, you're basically the thumbnails here, and there's a lot of finished art as well. So the thing I didn't tell my boss is I was the one that actually wrote the original script to get to those. So I just said, okay. He's like, don't worry, no pressure. But if this sucks, you don't have to worry about ever working in this industry again. I was like, okay, great.
Wow.
So I didn't tell him until years later. So like I had already had the script written. So I was just honing and refining, and just tightening the script up as much as I could. I come back on Tuesday, I played into it, acting like I had never, didn't get any sleep and all that kind of good stuff. And I presented him with the script. About half an hour later, he came back to me and says, okay, this is serviceable. This will do. So that was the first time I was published. So Motown Animation was published through Image. So Trouble Man, the 3 issues of Trouble Man, those were the first books I was ever published writing. And it was fun. I got to, we went to cons, so I got to meet a bunch of folks, became friends with some folks that were kind of doing a lot of Image books, like Murat Michaels. He was working for Rob Liefeld. He was just like 20 years old at the time, but he was just a phenom. So I got to meet a whole bunch of folks, and we were in the Miracle Mile area. And Michael Turner, God rest his soul, his studio was not too far from us in LA. And then Top Cow, the Cow at the time was just on the west side. So we were all within 45, LA traffic's terrible, 30, 45 minutes of each other during traffic, and 20 minutes, after work hours. We would hang out, and so it was just like a fun. You felt like there was so much potential because of what was going on in the industry with Image, what was going on with book sales, but none of us saw any of the writing on the wall. None of us realized that, people are buying six copies of the same book. They're reading one and they're keeping 5 for investment purposes. But none of us understood that, those weren't good investments. The reason why the old books were valuable is because people had thrown them away. There weren't very many of them left, so we didn't understand the economics of how that worked. And
yeah. Hey, Lorenzo, I'm out of time. I have to split. I only had like an hour to come in, but this is all having good stuff.
Did you want to show something, brother? I apologize. Look.
No, you're all set. No, I only had like an hour anyway, and
so I had like a link you could drop in the chat.
I'm at Ryan Tyler Palmer on all social media. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. We're launching this fall Hayward Saints 8 Federal Offensive Responders. We're gonna have a finished book on. Launch. We've shown artwork on all social media so far. That's just the preliminary stuff that we're showing. We've got some cool surprises. We've got someone, a comic legend, to do a tribute piece for my friend Darius Verma, who was the original artist on the project, and unfortunately passed away. He had COVID. He got COVID, and he developed pulmonary fibrosis. Yeah, and so he's no longer with us. But I felt a responsibility to take his last ever work and to share it with everybody, and also did some tribute pieces for the book. So this is going to be a collector's edition. The artist that I picked, Darius was a friend of ours, a studio member. He's been working in comics for 30 years. He was the guy who did the first 14 independent issues of Lady Death for Brian Pulido. Darius Verma also did Invincible Iron Man. He did Conan the Barbarian. And he did a run on Transformers at IDW called Fall of Cybertron, and they made the console game in 2013 of the same name. Yep.
Oh wow!
He's a comic legend. He's been working in comics for like 30 years. So this guy that I got to do the tribute art piece for Hayward Saints 8 for Daraj is somebody that Daraj admired as a comic creator. So you can imagine a guy who's been working and done work of that caliber, somebody that he admires. So it's a very special piece. It looks absolutely amazing, but we're not ready to reveal it yet. But got some special things for the backers.
I don't remember seeing it.
I know you got to go, but is there anything you can reveal? Is there anything you can quickly show?
Yeah, I mean we've been showing stuff, but we're trying not to show too much because we want to wait until the campaign, and we're going to have a finished book. But yeah, I mean I can. I think we showed some artwork last time. We'll just show the. I wasn't ready for that. Actually, and I'm out of time. I actually was not ready at all to show right now. I really had to go. I'll tell you what, next time we come, Lorenzo, I'll be ready with some stuff. But if you guys do want to see some artwork, you can go on social media, like I said, at Ryan Tyler Palmer. It's my full name.
At Ryan Tyler Palmer.
On all social media, yeah. I'm on Twitter and Instagram.
I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna follow you right now. Let me find my.
Yeah, and follow up, and we'll connect too as well. Online, so it'll be good to connect with some new people and other creators and fans. So yeah, definitely hit me up, and I'll be ready next time with some more stuff to show. I was totally not ready, and now I'm out of time, so sorry about that.
Well, yeah, it's you said you'd only be able to be here for a short time, so
yeah, absolutely. I tried to
Ryan
stick it out to the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good. I got the
yeah, I'll add you up over there. Thanks.
Highlighted.
Man. Thanks, Lorenzo. I really appreciate that.
Well, thanks for going on the stream. It's always cool because I've got ideas that I want, topics to discuss on the show, but I like it when people bring their own ideas. Sometimes they're better than the ones that I have planned out.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah, that's what I like about having an open stream.
Get a little bit from everybody, and maybe something that you didn't expect.
Yeah, and people I appreciate people adding stuff to the chat.
Absolutely, hell the chat.
Posting a lot of cool links. Recommend checking out those links.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Thanks for hitting me up, Lorenzo. Please, anytime that you do one of these streams, please hit me up anytime.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime. Always streaming Thursday nights. U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
At the same time, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific.
1 o'clock in the morning in the UK if you're interested.
Yeah, I never know if so it is 1 o'clock and it's not midnight. It's the daylight savings thing always throws me off trying to
Yeah.
convert the
You got it,
time
boy.
to international
I
time.
see.
Hail, brother. All right,
Hail,
hail, brothers.
brother.
Hail the chat. Have a good night, everybody.
Take
You
care,
too.
Ryan.
Have a good night.
No, this is a lot of fun. It's always.
Yeah.
I just love talking comics.
Yeah,
I
I
do.
don't.
Nothing wrong with
I actually, quite ironically, considering how comic oriented the show is, I don't know jack shit about comics. I thought maybe I'd learned more about comics. I haven't really learned that much. I've learned a lot about drama over the years, but I haven't learned as much about comics as I'd like to. Since
Then watch Angle Team
Well, you
on Island Comics.
oh yeah, he does a good job. He was around like at least like in like he was around like OGCG, like was he around like
Yeah,
27?
before it was co-opted.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Well, you know-
when it was more I mean it wasn't as
this
again,
toxic
nothing
dump
against
fest.
crowdfunding, but it wasn't centered. It was centered around, mainly around review channels. But there were creators like I think Doug Ernst and Tim Lim were around that time.
Yeah,
Tim
then
I
EBS.
I think they. I
Blow
mean,
them
I don't
away.
know if they used the label Comics Gate or not.
Yeah.
I thought they might have back then, but I don't know. But well, Lim had that book, that Thump book, out in 2016, I believe.
Yeah, he
You know,
was in
before
on that.
there wasn't even anything called Comics Gate.
Yeah.
But I welcome people on here whether they use a label or not.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned is, as a customer, is it a book that appeals to me?
Right.
And I don't know
Exactly.
a lot about comics, but does it appeal to me? Will it actually show up? Which is I'm still waiting on some books from 2018.
Yeah.
You
I remember.
are sold.
Like they're like I don't think I'm ever getting Detective Dad. Just saying, maybe
I have
one
no
of these
idea what
days
that
there's
is.
Miracle, there's some miracle, it will show up, but I'm not gonna hold my breath.
Lorenzo, there were books that I've forgotten. I forgot the name of this one book. Like the very first book I ever was back, I don't know, maybe in 17 or something on Kickstarter. And it was something girl. I forgot. I have to go back and look at my Kickstarter. I mean,
Skunko?
it wasn't Skunk Girl, but
No, that book got Skunko as it got fulfilled. I should know. I had a little.
Yeah, it's Ken Girl.
Yeah, I should know. I put a little insert in that. I had a little insert. In that
Yeah.
book, my character.
No, Manny did have some sort of issue with some where I think some of the copies needed to be reprinted or something, but
I think that's what it is.
I ended up getting it. It wasn't that long of a delay either.
He was on it.
yeah.
Like some people.
Yes, Trusty, we need more Skunk Girl. Get ready on it.
Yeah. We're welcome on the panel, Trusty. Man, I've known you for years as well.
Everybody needs a trusted psychic.
Yeah, we got the dog stars repping in here.
Yeah, that was.
Get it done.
I'm surprised Risey's not in the chat. I saw Hargrave here earlier.
Well, like Ryan was saying though, I mean, it's like you try to mitigate all the risks that you can that people have, and like he was talking about having production done on his books. I look for that now because I've backed enough books, and like it's not going to stop me from backing books, but I'd really rather back books that I get.
Well, the thing is, it is kind of it's kind of made it so I'm a lot more picky than back in 2018. I'll tell you
Exactly
about backing something because. But then again, back in 2018, it was like there was like you're going to save the comic industry, but I don't think you're necessarily going to. I think that's maybe the wrong approach.
Yeah.
I think somebody should just back something because it looks like a cool book. And those books actually that I backed, they did look, they were books that looked really cool to me. I mean, I didn't back each and everything that was, but but some of it was like, I've got a ton of books and like a real big backlog of books. Yeah. I'm not the best reader. I'm dyslexic, and even comic books, the dialogue can be kind of difficult for me to read.
Yeah.
Especially, since a lot of people don't use editors, and this is, I'm not saying it's going to be a bad book if it doesn't have an editor. I can understand most people can't. They're not going to be able to afford like a full, all the same people that, you'd have at like DC or Marvel, know.
You hit the nail on the head. I mean, what we've seen is the evolution of the indie books. Because everybody here knows it's just hard enough to get a book out.
Yeah.
So people were just working to get their books out. And then I think we've all come to realize that every single one of us needs an editor one way or the other. But I think the community now is big enough where it's like before maybe you had to pay big bucks to do it. Enough people in the community, people that you can get the right eyeballs on your book. You could get an editor even, a well-qualified one, and make sure that those little things that just take you out of the story aren't happening in your lettering. I mean, lettering, I found this out the hard way when I did my first book.
Oh yeah. I've heard that lettering can be tough.
Dude, lettering,
that's an art in of itself, I think, from what I've heard.
Yeah. And you can have great pencils, great inks, great colors, and actually a great story. But if your lettering and other things like your grammar aren't working, it'll take people right out of the story. They'll just be like, I can't do this.
Yeah, I've seen that in comics that actually I've seen that in comics like Image, and I would say Image was notorious for that kind of thing in the early days.
Yes.
But even if it's the wrong font, you know what I mean? If it's the wrong font, it can literally take your eyes off the page.
Absolutely.
A simple thing like that, and even crammed into it like a bubble, a character's dialogue crushed into a bubble. It can move your eyes off what the story's trying to say, what the story's trying to like tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I feel sorry for you, Lorenzo. You know what I mean? If you have dyslexia or something like that, if they even colouring on a page or something like that, when you've got the smash, the bang, even that kind of stuff can lead your eyes away from what's happening with the story as well. Especially if you've got something like dyslexia, mate. I feel for you, mate. I do feel for you.
Thanks. Yeah, it's difficult. Plus, yeah. So I've got a ton of books though. And it's quite a few. Yeah, I mean, and they're mostly ones I've crowdfunded. So I don't want to make it sound like you crowdfund a book and it never shows up. I think 2018 was like probably the
gold rush.
I think that was the time when like a lot of books were coming out because. People would see something on a live stream and they go and they back it and
I mean you've got to think about it. It was like a gold rush. It was like, I can get something across. I can get something done. I can publish or whatever. People went in with green fingers. They didn't really understand the logistical side of it. Then all of a sudden it was like, my book's going to come out in 3 months. Then like a year later, these guys are like, oh my God, I've finished all the artwork, but I've still got to get it printed. I've still got to get, or edited or colored or,
I know what a big issue could be like with like the Detective Dead campaign, for instance. I think there were like, from what I recall, there were numerous, what's that called? Like if we reach such and such milestone as far as funding, we'll add this equity. And there was just so many different things added that alone would.
It started off with a
Those
book.
things take away from They take away from your bottom line. You know, people like, hey, you know, we've hit this milestone. Now we're going to give you this shirt. We've hit this milestone. Now we're going to give you this print. But you didn't think, hey, the print is not going to fit in that box. So now you've got a whole different situation with regards to shipping. And I think there are campaigns that made a lot of money and ended up losing money.
Hand over fist, yeah. They probably especially if you're, you know, sending it out to like myself in the UK. That is going to be astronomical in postage. If you're putting a T-shirt in there or a, you know, behind the scenes book type thing, you know what I mean? How it got to print and all that. Then you put in the book
I'm having a hard
inside as
time
well.
understanding you, Johnny. You've been kind of staticky.
Yep.
And up till now, it's not been a big issue, but.
Oh, right. No, can you hear me now? How's now?
I can understand you. I can understand you. It's just
I'm just having a little
You're
bit
just
of
popping all over the place.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is. Hang on.
Johnny's in the multiverse.
Yeah,
I
I
am,
mean, I
that's
wasn't
true.
going to say anything because it wasn't that big of a deal, but I'm just.
Oh no, multiverses are ruining comics.
How about now, gents?
Better.
Oh no!
There you
Way
go.
better.
Yeah,
Had I known that it was that easy to fix, I would have mentioned that a long time ago.
I think, yeah,
You have a lot of cool stuff that Ty and Beyond Time.
Yeah, a second ago you were sounding like Zod from Man of Steel when he was trying to get the Earthlings to give up Clark.
Beyond Time says, "Have a great evening, After Dark." Oh, hey, did this Gap After Dark kicking off?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really sorry that I missed that.
Yeah.
Weird. I left a comment up there. Where's Rowan Ash? Ash ended up she ended up in some sort of situation where she's not able to stream tonight. I'm not sure about Ro.
Ro's asleep. I can tell you that for free. I can tell you that for free. I was talking to him about an hour ago.
Yeah,
he's
what happened to
asleep.
the usual riff-raff?
Well, the Doc Stars and the digital. So the Doc Stars, that was Manny's crew, and the digital bulb, and that was that was
me. That was Manny, Trusty, me, E. Ortiz.
I don't know if Beyond Time has a wrench. I can.
No, I do not.
Oh, you slipping?
Think about you, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, keep on slipping.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't have a wrench, please just bring that to my attention, and I'll give them a wrench. There's maybe one or two people that they've been so rude every time they've been here that they don't get a wrench.
Right.
And there's been some people who had to get kicked from the channel because of spam or whatnot, but that's very, very rare. You know, that's not even why I give people wrenches. I mean, sure, if somebody's definitely spamming stuff, you know, they're spamming out some porn sites or whatever. Yeah, definitely hide them as fast as possible.
Yeah, gotta block that up.
But if somebody's just being a troll or whatever, well, that very well could just be a genuine fan of the show. You know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. We usually have a lot more. We usually have kind of a rowdy crowd here.
Everybody's pretty subdued.
People are being a little too nice tonight. Except for George. I don't know.
Where did he go? Where did George go?
I don't know.
He disappeared into the ether.
He has a habit of just kind of appearing and disappearing.
He's back.
If we say his name 3
with my
times,
static powers.
yeah, it's like Candyman. Say his name 3 times. Look in the mirror.
I thought that was Beetlejuice.
I think Beetlejuice has a shtick like that. But I think you look in the mirror and you say Candyman 3 times.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, that was Candyman. Beetlejuice, you can just Beetlejuice, you can just do that just about anywhere.
Anywhere. Yeah.
He'll either pop up or you'll end up in his world.
You know they're making another Beetlejuice. That's what I heard.
I heard it in the rumor circle.
Maybe it's all rumor. The great thing about it is Michael Keaton looks the same as Beetlejuice. He'll look exactly the same.
So he's caught up to him. He's actually
they already brought it back as old man Bruce.
I didn't. I decided not to vote with my dollars on that, so I didn't see it.
Huh.
I did not contribute.
All right. Yeah, I was disappointed.
I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to see Old Man Batman, but that's the only thing I wanted to see.
So was this like the Detective Batman type story?
This was more Flash's story.
Oh, okay.
It was what was it? Snyder's version of Flashpoint.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
that's what it was.
So yeah, I haven't kept up with movies in years, really.
I almost didn't see it because of the whole Ezra thing.
Yeah, that dude's nasty.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, like how somebody can be accused of so many different things and still like not be in prison, you know. But then again, you know, I believe, you know, in due process and trial by jury.
Meanwhile, Johnson Mason gets dragged through the mud on some BS allocations, and his career is done.
I'm not ruining it.
Didn't they try doing that to what's his name? The guy that played not Nemo.
Ty's asking if he should start offloading. Well, that's up to you. Hey, just Shining Hunter. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Kevin Smith wrote a Beetlejuice sequel. Is that what you guys are responding to?
No, this was more recent.
Oh,
I
need to leave Beetlejuice alone. Oh, they need to leave.
I agree.
Yeah, some classics should be left untouched. That's probably a good
idea.
Look at
this way. With the writer's strike, it might just happen.
BVS Batman was an older Batman, Frank Miller's version.
Not old enough.
Frank Miller's
not old enough.
Huh.
Not old enough to be Frank Miller's Batman.
Nah, he was a little more like how Bruce was in the beginning of Batman Beyond. Where he was starting to have heart problems. He had to pull the gun on the guy so he wouldn't kill him. He's somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah.
But Frank Miller's Batman was more like, this isn't a trash heap. It's an operating table. And I'm the surgeon.
Yeah.
Breaking legs.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, that's so commonplace now, but I remember like what a big deal that was when that came out in the 80s and what a shock that book was. I mean, that book was just like, we were just like, what the heck just happened? You know, because I mean, there's a lot of things that happened in that era. So you had that, you had the death of Robin.
Oh, Jason Todd, yeah.
Yeah, Jason Todd. And the other big book that, forgive me, that I never liked and I think was not good for comics was Watchmen.
Oh, yeah.
Because
my God. Every time I try to read that book, I get a headache.
I read it, but it was like, you ever read something, but just because you feel like you need to complete it, but like I wanted to put it down so many times.
Yeah, like by the time I was done with that book, I needed aspirin.
Yeah. And the thing is like, okay, so now you've deconstructed all our favorite heroes. Okay, good. Then go on about your business. But now it's like deconstructionism is the thing.
And then he did the Killing Joke.
But I won't lie.
And then there's the whole
but I did like
other annoying trope of subverting people's expectations.
And in the 90s, they killed Superman.
What
Broke
isn't the
Batman's
joke that
back.
Yeah.
Wasn't the joke is that they filed the creator of Monica Rambeau got fired, so he killed Superman or something like that.
What, the death of Superman?
It's like there's some joke about something happening with the creator of Monica Rambeau that made him angry. So when he was right, so he got revenge by killing Superman.
Was that right?
I don't remember how the joke goes.
It was a big event, though. You know,
Yeah.
what I mean? Characters dying now means nothing because everybody knows they're coming back.
Exactly.
But it was a big.
Like,
Thanks,
oh, Jean
DC.
Grey died again.
And I have to agree with Shiny Hunter. That's my main gripe with Batman. It's a plot armor writers tend to give him, especially when he's put in the same book as other heroes that should be more powerful than him.
Yeah.
It's
Batman's like Parker Lewis. He can't lose. You know,
It's-
it doesn't matter who he's against. I mean, it was cool the way they did it in The Dark Knight. I really enjoyed that. But it's just like, you know, it's just become the shtick now.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like we like Batman because even if he doesn't stand a chance in hell against an opponent, he's still going to throw down. That's not the same thing as let's make Batman invincible for no reason.
Exactly. But it's also what made when Bane broke Batman's back, like the whole Nightfall series. That's what actually made it kind of cool, is because Bane even knew that despite all the venom, he didn't want to face Batman just straight up because Batman is flipping Batman. So he basically ran him through a gauntlet. The dude hadn't slept. He had been fighting night after night and finally caught this dude when he just had nothing in the tank.
Yeah.
You know, and still snuck up on him and kicked him down the darn stairs.
Yep.
You know, so I mean, it's like, you know, Batman got Batman. You know what I mean? It's like he got tricked. He got run down.
Right.
And then Bane was able to, you know.
The last time we saw Batman in that state was in year 1 when it was like his first night out, and he hadn't figured out, hey, I need to dress up as a bat to get the jump on criminals.
Right.
So, hey, Death Pusher, well, welcome to the chat. So, did you guys hear about, so here's another thing I don't know much about. Used to watch as a kid, wrestling. Did you hear Vince McMahon was having some sort of legal issues?
Since that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, that's how much I know about, federal agents execute search warrant on WWE's Vince McMahon.
Yeah, I've been out of wrestling for a while.
This was something that
wasn't it something to do with, I don't want to get your channel in trouble, mate. Didn't he was interfering with young ladies.
He was accused of paying them off.
Yeah.
The allegations that McMahon paid substantial sums of money to women over the years following accusations of, I'll just say misconduct,
Yeah.
Okay. That'll do it.
That's been going on for a while, that.
Crazy.
Because he left, didn't he? And you had your man take over with Stephanie McMahon. What was it, Triple H?
Triple H.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's the link to it. It was just like breaking911.com. I'm not going to say it's like necessarily, I don't know much about it. It's probably, it might be some sort of, celebrity entertainment.
Yeah.
I don't know, tabloid type thing. I don't know. But
Yeah, he left for a while, mate. I think he left for about a year. Triple H and Stephanie McMahon took over, and it was going quite well because WWE was on a downturn. It was all AEW, and when they took over, it started going, the right way back up. It started getting more entertaining instead of these stupid chicken in a cell matches and, the great Carly's your dad like storylines. You know what I mean? It was getting stupid. You know what I mean? It went
welcome,
back to...
Lucena. I hope I pronounced your name right.
Hey, Lucena.
And,
Hail the jet! Hail, brother! Hail!
Hail, Ro.
And hey, Ro, good hail.
Hail, Johnny.
Hail,
boy.
Ro, good to see
Hail,
you.
Lorenzo. I said, hail! Oh, look at this. We got a guy drawing a redhead. What am I looking at here? A redhead lady.
That's me.
Oh, right on, man. Looking good. Looking good. And we got another fellow here that I don't know. This African fellow. How you doing, brother? Is that you drawing that? Good, man. Are you drawing this?
I am the writer and the creator. My dude, Rob Looper, is the one that actually draws.
Oh, I know Ron Looper. Hold on a second.
So the art on the screen is by Shinobi, and then there's the head ninja, and then there's another book that's that was being promoted earlier by John Harvey, who is the person you were.
Let me see what I can show you all a little bit of arty art.
Right on, man. Can I get everybody's name just so I know them, Lorenzo? Do you mind?
John.
Go ahead. Let's see. Nice
to meet you, John.
Will it show on the screen if I change? No! I didn't mean to change it just to me.
We'll wait.
Well, it's not just about you.
There we go.
There we go. There we go. So what's the word, Roro?
Yeah, man, just relaxing, man. I'm, got going to work again on Monday. I had to take a little vacation. My cousin's being here, and Lorenzo's chat is the place to be.
Yeah, Ty's in the chat.
Ty's in the chat, right on, man.
I don't know where Fat Cock is though. Usually he's trying to get us to hook up with his wife. Damn,
we gotta get him in
here,
right?
I must have scared him away last time.
It's Thursday, man. Where's Fat Cuck?
Yeah, that's
Thursday.
Right? Yeah. No, I've just been writing poetry, man. I've been writing love letters.
Oh.
Do we want to know who? We don't even want to know who you're writing them to, do we?
It's John, right? John.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't want to know who I'm writing him to, but I'll read it to you. You want to listen to this? Here's my poetry.
Don't do it, John. Don't listen.
All right, here it is.
I gotta hear at least one.
Close your ears up, dude.
Okay, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send it to Lorenzo. Lorenzo, can you put this on screen if I send it to you? I don't know if you can. Or maybe you can read it.
No, Lorenzo will not be able to read that row.
No? Okay, I'll read it. How about you read it, Johnny? You read it, man.
No, I can't even. That handwriting, mate, is terrible.
Is it?
It's like a doctor's handwriting. I was literally looking at all I could make out was the date at the bottom.
All right, here I'll read it. I go, listen, here it is. Here's my poetry. I lie here thinking of ownership, servitude, and how you will be completely left without an exit door. I'm pulling the alarm because there's a fire in my heart. My soul burns for you. I need a plan. Gonna take you, gonna own you. I need you blindfolded. Dumb, deaf, and dumb. The only thing I need you to feel is me. I love you eternally, Ro.
Woo! Yeah,
How's that for romance?
Don't tell us who that was to.
No, how's that for romance? How's that for romance, huh?
That was somewhere in the spectrum of romance, stalker is all up in there, man. But you had it going
I was
on.
like, yeah. And some, yeah,
That's
some-
passion, man. That's
Yeah.
passion, bro.
That's for sure passion.
Yeah. Suddenly, I'm reminded of that one scene in All-Star Batman and Robin where the Joker has that cop or whatever, and they just got guns. They just concluded their smash session, and he's choking her out, and while monologuing about how he loves her in a special way.
It's just how I feel, man. You know what I mean? I just thought like the best metaphor was slavery. That's the metaphor I had.
I'm telling you, man, you're getting deep.
Getting deep, right? I'm getting deep, man. Deep.
Mark got an important question. He said, "Okay, when Ty is finished with Fat Cuck's wife, who'd like her next?" Huh? That's a good question.
Jeez, where y'all at? The state pen?
Oh, shit.
Oh, I think so.
No, look what Ty wrote, man. Ty's got it.
Oh no, I don't know.
Most bras love a stalker. That would explain some '80s rock bands.
Right? Makes him
I'll
feel
be-
special, man.
I'll be watching you by stinging the police. I wear my sunglasses at night. Private eyes, I'm watching you.
Maybe the guy's just really high and he has to wear sunglasses because his pupils are dilated.
I'm just totally naked on my bed.
Please do not turn your camera on.
Yeah, just keep your
Oh, God.
keep your icon up. You're good.
I'm wearing boxers.
Yeah, we know boxers have the peephole. Just
No, I got my kid to sew up my the hole in all my boxers.
so you got to drop trowel. Just use the bathroom.
Yeah, I do.
I love it.
For sure. Oh man, good old days, brother.
Didn't some interviewer ask Bill Clinton if he wore boxers or briefs? I think it turned out he wore briefs.
Yeah, I believe it, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was commando. He just wants to have easy access.
Right?
Yeah, we can always ask Monica.
Wears any underwear.
Do we really want to make Monica, relevant again?
Oh, probably not. That was a really strange situation. Like when Bill was arguing over the meaning of the word "is." I mean,
Right.
that's he must have been like a top class lawyer back in the day. I mean, him and Hillary both.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you think about it, it kind of predated modern internet discourse, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, now that's par for the course. That would have been par for the course now.
Yeah, I mean, back then I think there were like bulletin board services. I'm not sure if the web was around. I don't think it was like widely available.
But I mean, like people talk that way now. You know what I mean? In an internet debate, like they literally have those kind of semantic arguments.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think earlier today I got into an argument like that. But
Good night, everyone.
Oh,
have a good
all right,
night.
brother. Sweet dreams, man.
All right, brother.
Yeah, that's how it is now. This is how it goes. We got Colonel Morg. He says it rhymes with jizz. That's my contribution here. I'm still thinking about Fat Cuck's wife, I think.
We probably we may, and I might end up getting another email from Twitch. Apparently, they've become really uptight. They went and changed their policy.
Oh wow,
As it
really?
was a week before last. I got some sort of message from them. I hardly get any viewers on there. I don't really promote it, so if I lose my streaming ability, it's not really
Not the end of the world.
yeah.
Oh, you can't say that word. All right, got it.
Probably not. I don't know. Who knows anymore?
Who knows, right? I know, man. I know.
It's
We're always
all
making YouTube
arbitrary.
business. It is all arbitrary. It is. That's actually the hardest thing with the modern censorship is that we don't even know what's what.
Yeah,
Like what you can say, what you can't.
Well, it's almost like stuff just gets audited, and if they just happen to be auditing you at the wrong time, and there's no consistency about the audits either. So, it's like, oh well, there you go. It's something you've said a million times, the million and first time. Now now you got problems.
So Dark Gift ended up like having some sort of thing where he's mentioning some sort of procedure intended to inoculate people against a certain virus, and somebody mentioned it on a show, and this channel got struck, and then of course,
right. Well, I did see there was a bit more there, right? There was.
Blame it on. Somebody was like, "Oh, that was probably the war campaign or Iconic Comics."
No,
and then his response was true, and that's what I was arguing with him over. Like and then that turned into the magic thing earlier was the word "true," and he's like, "Well, I was agreeing with this." Second part of what the guys true covers like the whole thing,
Holy shit! Oh, I get it. Like the same kind of Bill Clinton discussion. Oh shit! Yeah, but these people, man, they're so disingenuous. That's just what it is at this point. And you're gonna get those arguments all over the place. You're gonna get tons of it. I mean, Johnny, we've seen so many of these, man, in this Canada stuff.
And people are in this, and then this one guy, Chuck, he was all upset because I was agreeing in this case with Vicky. There are plenty of cases where I've disagreed with Vicky and yelled at her and all sorts of things. She's been a good friend to me, but I don't always agree with her and everything. But the thing is, well, you agree with Vicky there. Well, it's like, I don't like Ben Shapiro, but he did have a point. It does have a point when he says facts don't care about your feelings. Even if I don't think he always gets his facts right, I do think that's true, that if something's a fact, it's a fact. It's somebody...
Yeah, man, I mean, that's it, right?
If only he'd apply that to his own life.
Maybe he should.
See, I didn't even know that quote was by him.
Me neither.
He's the person who seems to have popularized it on,
Who knows, man? It was probably an Indian guy who came up with it, to be honest.
It could be.
And then you probably just copied it. You know that?
Very well could be.
Most
Like
likely.
with the numbers, wasn't it like
you can I'm in the middle of a custom game, but I kind of want to win.
Say again?
Didn't people from India come up with the numerals that we commonly use, and then the Arabs spread it?
Arabians.
Yeah, but I think I thought it started out as I thought they were known as Hindu numerals, and then became known as Arabic numerals afterwards because.
Oh yeah, because the towel. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because the Arabs had went from North Africa.
Well, the towels go from one area to another, right? It was the towel trade back then. I think that's what they called it.
Trade. Are you talking about Tally from South Park?
No, man, just the towels. The towel trade.
Towel trade.
They were towel traders.
Huh.
Interesting.
Hey, John, I don't see you on the camera anymore, man.
Man, it feels weird. I'm the only dude on camera.
All right, turn your camera on. I'll turn mine on as well.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, here, hold on a second here. You can just change my angle of my camera.
All right.
More settings.
Yeah, your drawing would not be a good
You're about to get banned for real, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
There we
Hold
go.
on, Roro.
Well, if it
How's it going, my man?
on his boxers, maybe I don't know.
I don't know if he's in his boxers. That didn't work for Vic Mignogna. I don't think that's going to work
How's
for
that?
him.
We did.
All right, John, you like what you see, baby?
We can't see your boxers, so I think that's
Colonel Morg said Phoenicians spread Roman numerals.
Oh, that's
He learned that at
yeah,
Epcot.
Phoenicians popularized the
Learned that at Epcot.
alphabets
Yeah.
that I think became like there was the Paleo Hebrew alphabet, there was the Aramaic alphabet, the Greek alphabet, I think even the Arabic alphabet are all were based off of the Phoenician alphabet, and then the Latin alphabets modified from the Greek alphabet, which in turn is based on the Phoenician.
Look, it's just me in the chat.
How that worked. I can't really see much. I can't really read what's on your phone. I can barely read what's on my computer screen. The computer screen is so tiny.
Is that in the
Dark
chat?
new Nasser, lots of weasel words, and looks just as funny. I
This is
can.
my bed. I'm on my bed. It's where I made all the babies, Lorenzo.
Nasser has more credibility than Dark Cat. Says crazy man. Phoenicians, okay. Oh, I learned that at Epcot. If EVS presented his dong, DG would. Oh, I can't read that one out loud. I'll get in trouble. Probably get in trouble for saying dong.
Yo, Johnny, check out my chest hair, bro.
No, absolutely not.
Well, we can kiss this spring goodbye.
Yeah, I think
It's
who knows? The thing is that as Rose said earlier, we have no clue what can or can't get us in trouble anymore. I think it's all arbitrary. It depends on who says what, or
Chest hair, I don't think it can get you in trouble, John. Don't worry.
who knows. It's so
is
silly.
it braided into your beard, bro? Have the kids braided your chest hair into your beard and trapped you?
Yeah, man.
They've done some like kind of trapping of you, and now you're like locked into the bed.
Now, you know what it is, man. I'm just a romantic. Look, I'm going to show you how I write some romantic poems, okay? Hold on a second here.
Nipple docs were rolling old school tonight, says Mark.
Hold on a second. Like that back there. Let me just turn my camera around. Hold on a second. How do I do this more?
Have you got the chalkboard, the whiteboard up now, Ro? Have you? Are you starting using the whiteboard again?
Did he just bounce by accident?
I'm not sure where he
about
went.
I think he did. I think he just booted himself.
You never know what's going to happen on the show.
He'll be back.
Oh, yeah.
He's just writing more poetry.
No, sorry about that, man. I pressed the back button on my phone like a goofball.
Welcome back,
I'm
guys.
just- Yeah, I press the back button because this thing goes in the stream, man. Hold on a second here. All right, hold on. I'm gonna show you how I do. I'll show you how I do poetry. Okay, I'll show you some more poetry, but hold on a second here. I'll show you. I got a dream board and everything too.
That's it. The dream board.
John, you heard about this, man? A dream board?
I'm about to find out, aren't I? I'm about to find out.
Right. Hold on a second here. How do I turn my camera on? Camera. Well, no, that's my face. Sorry. Camera. Back. All right. So basically, don't mind if you see any stains on my red sheets. Just ignore them. All right.
We realize there's stains of love.
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. So this is how I do it. First of all, so I go to my. Let's see here what I got here. S notes. How do I do this? Here we go. All right, so this is where I basically come up with all my plans. You can see this right over here. This is a dream board I did for the war campaign. Okay. Let me just maximize.
Oh my lord!
Right, you see that right there?
Yeah.
That's a dream board.
You could probably see it from Space Row. It's fluorescent.
Shit.
Right, so it says here. It says at the top, my dream board. It says here in red, maximum butt hurt.
Good Lord.
Right? And then it says irreverent, funny. And then it says here, lol. I can't see this word anymore, YouTube. And then it says skits, don't care attitude. I can't show all this because you know what? This is like it's like a secret. It's a secret, isn't it, Johnny?
All right.
It's a secret on a live stream.
Not anymore, it isn't.
Okay. So
It is
here,
now out in the ether.
So I'm going to show you how you write a love note to somebody that you love, okay? So what I do first is I put a page template here. Okay, John, tell me about the woman that you love. And what I'm going to do here is we're going to write a love letter to her together.
Kind of scared, bro.
No, tell me about her. Don't worry, we'll do this together, John. Tell me about her, man.
I'm really, Lorenzo, I'm scared, man.
First of all, what color should we choose for yellow? I think no, yellow is good.
All right,
All right.
You can start with yellow.
Okay, so we go.
Am I
So first-
Roro, am I gonna regret this, bro?
No, you're not, man. I'm gonna show you how
Probably.
to. No, you're not. No, you're not. So we go to. Okay, in cursive, to the woman. Whoops, I don't know why my writing's all screwy. Okay, to the woman. Woman.
Oh wait, this isn't.
Yes.
I was gonna zoom in on.
Adore. Okay, to the woman I adore.
I can. There we go.
All right, to the woman I adore. John, so tell me about her, and I'm going to help you write a love letter to her. Tell me about her.
Well, we have been married 18 years, brother. It'll be.
Okay, so we're going to write
So
18.
she's my ride or die.
There we go.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so we're going to write 18 years. 18.
You're doing something
I
right.
accuse me of ruining everything. Not quite sure
18
what
years. And then I'll write some men.
What's that?
Watch what I'm writing here. This is a little bit of poetry right here, what I'm writing. Okay.
Okay.
So I got to the woman I adore, 18 years. Some men.
You're not using
Like-
AI, are you, brother?
No. Some men like them young. As time passes through our youth. Oops, what's good with the back button? Because that's a play on the 18. You see that? Right? Some men like them young. As time passes through our youth, I only have, I can tell you love her, so I'm gonna write, I only have eyes for you.
Like that.
And I'm gonna do a double underline underneath there. Tell me something about that only you and her would know, that nobody else would know, that I could put in a love letter.
Man, I can't say that on here.
Okay, tell me something that's only that's only kind of partially secret.
Oh gosh.
To the woman I adore, 18 years, some men like them young.
I mean,
As time
here
passes
I'll give you
through
stuff
our
that I'll give you some stuff that isn't secret. I mean, we've got 3 kids.
Our children. Our children. Erase that again. Our children. What's wrong with my writing today? Because I'm holding the phone. Our children. Our children. Our joy. Even if it's not true, but we'll
It's
write
true.
it anyways.
True.
It is true. See that? Our children.
Sometimes I gotta lay hands on it, but I love them.
Yeah, right. Me too, man. I got one right over here. Look at this. See this? He's playing away in a video game. You
Hey,
play,
let me tell
what are you
you,
looking at, huh? What you
after
looking
I-
at?
After I get off here, I'm gonna go grab my kids right off the video game.
You see what I mean? He's playing League of Legends. Hey, shh, be quiet.
Mhm.
He's playing League of Legends. He's doing the gamer talk.
Yes.
To the woman, you know how it is. To the woman, how old are your kids?
Hey.
Hey,
16, 14, and 10.
16, 14, and 10. Mine are 16, 14, and then it goes down from there, man. 12, and so we got the same ages. You same basically
Yeah.
the same thing. It's a woman I adore. 18 years. Some men like them young. As time passes through our youth, I only have eyes for you. So that line right there, that's going to get you out of trouble if you actually any indiscretions over the last couple of years. You know what I mean? That line right there will get you out of that trouble.
That's a good
Right?
line.
Yeah, man. Our children, our joy.
You could probably drop that on your anniversary.
Watch this one. Our children are joy. And then I'm gonna write my love. And then because you're a dark fellow, I'm gonna write my love. One love.
There you go.
See that right there? And then I'm gonna turn this off over here so you can't see the lines. You see that, Johnny?
Hey, man, you did a good job, Roro.
Right? You see that right there? Look at that love letter, man.
All right, brother. All right. I see
To the
you.
woman I adore, 18 years. Some men like them young. As time passes through our youth, I only have eyes for you. Our children, our joy, my love, one love.
Look at that, man.
Damn!
Nominate this man for an Emmy.
Damn! Damn, you're getting laid tonight, John. You're getting laid tonight, brother.
You know what the worst part is?
Yeah.
I took her to the airport this morning. She had to go to a conference. It's just me and the kids. So I'm gonna have to save this material for later.
She's going where? They gone for a trip?
Yeah, she had to go up to a conference, so I'm just watching the kids. You can tell I'm doing a great job over here while they're playing video games.
Thanks. Yeah, man. Well, you know what, man? It's the same thing here with me. Trust me. All right. I think that's it, Lorenzo. There you go, man. I'm gonna take a screenshot, okay, for later.
Well done.
All right. But I like that. I'm most proud with my love, one love. You know that? Damn, I think I'm good at this. Honestly. Anybody else need a love letter? Let me know. All right. I'll help you out.
That's awesome. Way better than AI, that's for sure.
That was actually better than I expected.
AI got nothing on you, man.
Right?
Yeah. Jeez. If
You never know what you're going to see
if an
over
AI
at
did,
the Sleestakian Variety Show.
Yeah.
In my sketchbook, welcome.
I imagine if an AI
And
did it,
Mark
it'd
says,
be,
my poem, though he is dead and not a fad, it's unfortunately true. He's just like you when it comes to banging all the goats. I don't say that on here.
Wow.
That's pretty good, man.
That one is for Jeremy and Testifying back in.
Man,
It's called
There's a lot of creative talent here.
Wait, isn't one of those guys no longer here?
Yeah.
What do you mean here?
Yes.
Yeah, Testify is DED, as he would say.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, Testify HD passed away.
Oh, snap.
2 years ago?
Yeah, some people mourned his death. Some people actually had celebrations because he was a very divisive figure.
Yeah, I'm impartial because I don't have all the details. But last I checked, it's not very polite to speak ill of the departed.
Yeah, in this case, I'll make an exception. But I do have some friends who enjoyed hanging out with him, even like later on towards the end. Because
every time you speak, when you talk about somebody.
Sorry,
I was just going to say, when you talk about somebody and you remember them, then you're celebrating a little bit of what made them living too, right? Yeah. So I mean that's a nice thing as well in what you're doing, what you're talking about right now, right? It's you're also remembering.
Oh, so Testify did the same thing. Okay, so in his case, it's karma.
Yeah, he made fun of this guy Admiral Doom, and I don't know anything about the guy, and he just said Admiral Doom is DED, But I think he actually probably would want people to say that he's DED, testify.
Mm-hmm.
He might actually enjoy the joke. Who knows what a dead man would enjoy?
I started calling my wife Alfred.
There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a reason.
Well,
I want to know. Do we want to know the reason?
No.
Yeah.
Is he gonna get Lorenzo
Batman,
banned?
right?
Johnny, why don't you explain, brother? I told Johnny Boy already.
Well, Rose Batman, if you didn't know.
Hell, brother.
That's what
If you didn't know.
I told my wife, I go, babe, sometimes I feel like I'm Batman and you're Alfred.
Oh, snap. And what was her response to that?
She's not impressed. But then I said to her, I go, listen, babe, if you think about it, right? Batman comes back. Alfred is always there. Alfred understands Batman. Alfred understands and accepts Batman for who he is. Bruce Wayne, Batman. You tend to me like Alfred, right? You tend to my bruises, emotional, physical. And then I said, I love you, Alfred.
You know what's going to happen? Now we're going to see that in a comic book.
Shit, John.
And it's going to have you as the inspiration, brother.
I hope
there's somebody watching this that shouldn't be watching. That's just like, yeah, of course.
Right?
Mark says Alfred is a perfect nickname for a woman.
Oh, boy.
Perfect name for a woman.
Alfreda?
And Mark says also, don't die in front of me. I may make jokes about it. Yeah, Mark probably would. And there's like a 99% chance of that, I'd say. I mean, I'm just making up the number, but I think that's.
You know how, like, speaking of that, like when you're on Twitter, if you watch like something weird, like more weird stuff like that'll pop up.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, like I accidentally clicked on some kind of like morbid thing where like people's last moments, and then it started sending me stuff of like people like, filming their own deaths by accident, falling.
Wow.
I was like, this is crazy. I was like, I want no part of this.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it.
No, that's not cool, man.
After a while, that would really wear on the psyche. Just keep seeing it.
I can't watch that kind of stuff, man.
I can't watch that, man.
Like that.
No, me neither.
No and no.
See, so Mark says that Batman copyright is ending soon. You could make that a book, and of course, the Head Ninja Kenobi.
Be quiet, you.
Which is a possibility.
Sorry, my kid is talking gamer talk. Sorry about that.
But hey, aren't there other characters whose time is already passed, but they're still being treated as proprietary?
Yeah, the Shadow, no? The Shadow?
Yeah, that's gotta be.
I think the main Shadow stuff is. I mean, I think the classic stuff is public domain, and then people can go and make their own variant, and then
it's 100 years, right?
On the right,
close to it.
Is that where it becomes public domain?
I think so. Yeah.
100. What about how old is Superman?
Or something like that.
How old is Captain Marvel? The Shazam Captain Marvel.
He came out in 1940. Superman will be pushing 90. I know that.
So Mark, when Testify's last recorded words before the induced coma and dying were something like, "Fuck you for not your channel is dead."
So yeah,
I would say DED though, because that was.
So yeah, DC doesn't renew it again. Somebody could make a Batman comic where he's killing where he's unaliving a bunch of bad guys with a Tommy gun. like in the old days.
But do they
Well,
even
I
have
mean,
the
that's
ability to
much
renew
praise.
it? I thought it was automatically like public domain, just like Dracula and you know. All
I'm not
those.
entirely. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that stuff. I'm not entirely sure how that stuff works. Or
unloving. That's probably a better term than.
I'm reading the chat right now as well. I've got one hand on my phone, but this hand, I actually want this hand on my sack.
Oh man.
You know what I mean, Johnny boy? You know what I mean, brother?
I know, man. You know, you can just do your thing, brother. You know, it's like hands free, bro. Can't even see.
Hand on the velvet purse.
Man, I smell.
Oh man, Dark Grift is like he's flipping out on me on Twitter. He might block me. Oh no.
What's the beef, gentlemen?
Okay, so this one guy, or is it a guy or Jesse Stone says, DG is in Dark Gift. You must have upset one of the WC tards. Sorry, that's what it says. Or the iconic guys. It's what they do. So what he's implying is that this was all about Dark Gift's. Some people on Dark Gift's channel are mentioning something about a certain procedure intended to inoculate them against a certain virus. You know. The effectiveness of that we're not going to discuss, but I'm just saying.
You gotta be careful.
Because they were talking about that, the channel got struck, and I'm thinking it happened like. I'm thinking that it happens magically, so to speak. You know, that's probably some sort of the company's got. You know, Twitter's probably got certain words you can't say, and it's probably automated. But this guy, this Jesse Stone was blaming the war campaign, or it said it was either the war campaign or Iconic.
We've been on vacation, haven't we, Johnny?
Yeah, man.
And Dark Gift Comics replies true. And then he's trying to weasel his way out of it, saying, oh, no, I didn't mean that it was probably them in this case. And it's like he's like trying to play a word lawyer about it. But then he did say, well, these guys, the War Campaign and Iconic Comics, which I don't think have anything to do with each other, you know?
No.
And but they go and they report channels, and I haven't seen any proof of either, you know, either the War Campaign or Iconic reporting striking channels. It wouldn't make any sense either because people would just probably strike your channel, or you know, why would you go around? It doesn't make any sense to me because. That's the thing I learned.
That stuff is all automated. That stuff's all automated, man. That when you talk about certain things on YouTube, right? Certain weather things. Can I say that? You know what I'm talking about? This weather stuff, right? Or you talk about certain medical stuff.
Yeah.
All that
and
stuff.
And so that's the thing, and I think that happened to Dr. Naples as well. Right. He was talking about certain election stuff, and then all of a sudden he lost his channel. I don't think anybody necessarily has to report anybody because it's all automated now. It has that transcript because that's how you can get that. You can get automated closed captioning on channels because YouTube makes it. You know, it's got a computer program that'll make a transcript of shows, and so they probably found something in Dark Gift's channel that the computer program is trained to, you know, strike the channel for or whatever, you know. That's what I'm assuming.
I'm dealing with bot language.
People are just mad for everything. That's true, Mr. Yanafui. Yanafui, you're always welcome on here. I just keep talking about. Yeah, I don't think I can say that on air. Hey, I got that strain because of something Piper said. Yeah, I heard that it was Piper who said, you know, I didn't watch it, so I'm not gonna make the allegation that Piper is definitely the one who said that because I didn't watch it. I'm not gonna just make but that's
Can't we just all get along?
Yeah, right.
I
Can't we just all get along? I mean,
yeah,
we've always been friendly people.
Right?
and then I'm not even gonna say that and even if Piper did say so, I don't think I'm not gonna blame her or whatever. This is a really stupid system that we have where we have to tiptoe around all sorts of different topics because of all the censorship. It's stupid. Somebody probably said
I'm gonna
something
kiss
not
the
knowing
chat.
any better, and then
I'm gonna kiss the
Yes.
chat, Lorenzo. I'm gonna kiss it.
Oh, good lord.
I try to.
See, feel the love, people. Feel the love. The chat feels the love.
You guys never know what's going to happen on the Sleestakians. It definitely is a variety show. Even the host has no clue what's going on.
Does the host ever know what's going on?
Things become so deadly serious too, like especially on Twitter but on YouTube as well. And it's good to have a break from that.
It is, man. I think John, Ty was asking who you are. I think he was calling, who's this dark fellow? He said, who's this dark queef? I think. I don't know if he's talking about Dark Grift, or is he talking about John on the chat? Is he talking about Dark Grift? I don't know, man. Okay. Sorry about that, John. I thought he was talking about you. He called you a dark queef, but that was actually me calling you a dark queef. Sorry about that. But tell us anyways, John. I mean, tell me a bit more about yourself, man. You're doing comics, you're saying, right?
Yeah. I was telling folks. I mean, I started a while ago. I was first published back in the '90s.
Cool.
With Motown Animation. They're being published through Image. So the first book I ended up writing in a circuitous way was a book called Trouble Man. And I got on. Yeah. So I mean, Christopher Priest did a lot of work there.
So you did say Motown.
Yeah.
You get there. So this is after Motown moved to LA.
So Motown Records in LA, they set up an animation division. So this is Barry Gordy back in the day set up the. So it's cool.
So when Barry Gordy was in. So
yeah.
Did they get rid of their Detroit division altogether when they moved, or did they have more than one office? Do you know?
They have more than one office. But I don't think they've been in Detroit for a long time, even at that point. I think they had an East Coast office.
Oh, did they have studios there too?
Not in the office where I was. It was strictly the corporate office. I mean, you rarely saw artists there. I did see Boyz II Men there. I saw ABC. I don't know if you guys remember ABC.
Another Bad Creation.
Yeah. Saw those kids.
I remember Boyz II Men. I know they were extremely popular, but
they were extremely. This is at the height of their. It's like in BBD, back when this is probably a couple years after Poison. So they were big. Coolio, he came by because he actually pitched a book to my boss, and I was in. Really? I told you I was a gopher, so I was there taking notes on the pitch. And this is no lie. This is no lie. Coolio comes in, And he's talking. He's like, yeah, I love comic books. He's like, I've got this idea for a character for myself. He's like, what if I took radioactive crack and I got powers? I can't make this up. So
Shit, dude, that's funny.
Wow. Wow.
Coolio, rest in peace, Coolio. And so my boss was just like,
oh, I forgot he passed away.
Yeah, he passed away.
We lost so many people, so many great.
I know. But yeah, man, that was the best pitch I heard. Radioactive crack.
Funny.
Wow.
Funny,
Coolio.
That's up there. That's up there with what was it called? Snowflame?
What was that?
Apparently some comic book character whose power was narcotics.
Oh yeah? All right. They maybe stole it from Coolio. Radioactive crack.
Could be.
I'm just saying, man.
But yeah, these days that would be like, oh no, it's a self-inserted character. Run for your lives. I'll be honest.
Dennis, Ty asked about Dennis Cowan and Dwayne McDuffie. I did not know Dwayne McDuffie. I did get to meet him one time, but I did not know him. I did work for Dennis Cowan for a while.
Mr. Matt just came back. We're talking about Motown Comics, was it?
Yeah, it was called Machine
Motown Records. Open up comics division in LA, was it?
That's right, in the Miracle Mile area, off of La Brea. So that was a good experience. I mean, I think it was such a time. There was so much hope. You know what I mean at that time, but at the same time, the comic book market was starting to tank. We're going. So we're on the tail end of the bus of the explosion. So when Michael Davis pitched this, it was with the idea that like, hey, you know what? We can do comics that can do $200,000, maybe $1 million, per unit. And then when we got the books out and they did like $35K, this is at the time, you got to understand, this is before Napster and all that stuff. So the music industry was making big bucks. So they were like, man, $35,000 is what you're grossing per unit on these books. They're like, no, that's not what we signed up for. So the Motown ended up closing up that division. I mean, shoot, if DC or Marvel could do $35,000, a unit right now, they'd be happy.
Oh yeah, man, they'd be celebrating.
Heck yeah.
So Snowflame was powered by Yayo. Apparently, DC.
I think you call it Yayo or something. I think that's how you say it.
Oh,
I heard it in a rap song.
Yayo.
Yeah, I'm not my slang, I guess. Damn it. Guess I'm getting old.
I've been old, man. It's all good though. Powered by Yayo.
So Mr. Matt is back in the chat. He just created some music on his MIDI pad. It's up over at Substack.com. That's
nice.
Really becoming I'd say kind of a more like intellectual version of Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
They even have like these notes, I think is what it's called, and they're basically like tweets. But then there's like posts where you can have like
what's it called?
Substack.
Oh yeah, we should go on that, man. I want to like write my thoughts like a blog.
Yeah, you can have the posts are like a full-fledged blog, and then the notes are just like tweets. Or just if you want to have something kind of short to write or whatever, that's what the note feature is for.
Longer than
like
a
tweet. Post-it note or whatever.
Oh yeah, like a post-it note. Okay, got it.
Not like one of those Martin Luther. How many during the Protestant Reformation? What was it like? Was it 96? Like thesis or whatever they posted to the door of a church? It's like that's like the world's longest note or something.
Yeah. You have to let them know.
It was
you gotta let them know.
Yeah, but
that's a long note, man.
Short notes.
Post-it note.
I was raised Lutheran, so I should know what it's called, but it's been a while since. I think it was 95 of them that he wrote, just like gripes he had against the Catholic Church. So
Johnny, turn on your camera, bro. Turn on your camera, Johnny.
No,
Come on, man.
no,
Come on,
no.
please.
No, mate. It's 3:30 in the morning. Why would I want to turn my camera on?
I want to see you, dude.
Absolutely not.
Johnny boy.
folks, if you like what you're seeing, please like and share the stream. Get the
Yeah.
word out.
I like what I'm seeing.
Kind of a slower night as far as the chat. Got some cool people in the chat though. That's always
Yeah, we got
great.
Ty. Ty's talking about Icon.
Really?
I missed it. Let me see.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah.
Mr. Yonafu is asking if I can do a beam from par, but sadly the kids are asleep upstairs, and I'm not shouting out.
I
A great
Is
property of
property
Milestone
of
Comics.
Milestone. Oh, go ahead.
Yet no movie studio will touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Let's learn. Give me that volleyball there, Slurn. Hold on a second. Let me get my volleyball.
No, I agree with Ty. The Icon is a great property, but it's just going to sit on the shelf. It's not going anywhere.
Oh, now we are
Classic.
seeing some boxer shorts.
Right. Hold on. Let me get my volleyball here. Hold on a second. I got so much junk in this. Got so many cables and things in here.
I'm
You know.
working on
That's
a
right.
cover for Rick Piper's Canadian Shield.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There we
I
go.
like
Sorry
Rick.
about that.
Yeah. As far as race swaps, the only thing you're gonna get out of me is why'd you do that when you have this other character you can make popular.
What was that?
I said I was saying what I was saying was as far as race swaps go, the only thing you're gonna get out of me is why did you do that when you had this other character you can use that's just sitting here collecting dust.
Oh, check out Beyond Time's comic. Yeah, that's it. Well, wasn't that
List.
the deal with the Little Mermaid that there's actually a Black Mermaid in the animated series, TV series?
What? I don't even remember the animated movie, honestly.
I don't know if I ever watched the movie or the animated TV series.
I did not see the TV series. I saw the movie.
There's a good chance I did see the movie, but I wasn't like I was like the target demographic though. I mean, I do like Hans Christian Andersen though.
Yeah, I think I was just getting out of the target demographic. I rented it.
Oh, what is that? That's on the screen. What are we looking at?
A Wilson volleyball.
It's Wilson.
Huh.
I see.
I'm just humping my volleyball.
Oh.
Oh.
That's entertainment, folks.
Oh man.
Yeah, I've always liked being from PA. She's always been nice to me. She was somebody I'd see in the chat. Always say hi to everybody. It was nice to have somebody welcoming. Good.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
Look how happy he is.
Well, that definitely is interesting. Kind of getting motion sickness.
Kind of hyper aggressive there.
I don't even know what's going on there. Another unplanned moment on the. That's Tom Hanks' tie.
Johnny, go on camera, bro, or the go on the camera, Johnny. Go on the camera, Johnny.
She's my Bane. Isaac, Johnny Boy. Yeah, Bane does. Yeah, Bane did show her like. There was a weird thing. So like, both Vicky and Bane were posting leg pics for a while, and I don't know if there was some competition going on or what was going on, or what the deal is with leg pics. I'm not sure if they were even aware that they were both posting. What is this? If more wants everybody to turn on their camera.
Oh man,
Bean was yeah, she backed a lot of comics back in the day. Evan accused her of not of refunding most of her comics, and then she just she made this video and she just had this huge pile of and it was just some of the comics that she had backed.
Johnny, turn your camera on.
No.
Johnny.
Well, I gotta go get my kids off these video games, guys. Get them.
It was nice talking to you.
Hey, man. I'll pop back in next week.
Yeah, thanks for showing up, Johnny.
Yeah, man. Of course.
I'm not sure what the hell's going on right now.
Wilson is going.
Cheers, John. Nice meeting you, brother.
Hey, it's good meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, with that,
Run for the hills, John.
with that,
Run
I'm gonna
for the hills.
And everybody check out
I think it's called.
I'm trying to think of what the Vicky and Aaron are working together to drive sales. I don't think that's true.
What do you think you left, Johnny?
That's got to be a stupid. That sounds like a pretty stupid conspiracy theory. That
Johnny boy, why did you leave? Why did John leave?
He had to get his kids.
Why did he leave? You're humping a Wilson volleyball.
That too. I'm gonna get
probably.
But yeah, like that would be crazy, especially considering Eric had just thrown a DCMA at her.
Yeah, that's the thing is, and that's what. Yeah. So that's who really is for striking people. It's Eric July and EVS went along with it too. Yeah. I mean, people go and they blame Iconic, they blame the war campaign. In fact, blame war campaign's a hashtag.
But yeah, it's hilarious how they've been whining about how people have been hitting. I don't know. They've been hit with false claims, but people they were in agreement with strike claims, and here they are doing the same thing.
Yeah. That's what Eric July and EVS is defending it, and EVS has been supporting cancel culture for years. He's been trying to get people canceled. So I see it,
while simultaneously whining about it.
Yeah, whining about being canceled from DC, which actually might have made him more relevant than ever. I mean,
unfortunately,
with this whole YouTube thing, and he's got all these books that, that some of them people are still waiting. But
good luck with that Rainbow Brew comic.
Yeah. I don't know. Is that ever going to show up? Maybe one of these days.
All right. But yeah, I'm gonna get on up out of here.
Well, thanks for joining us, Shinobi. Where can we find you?
The Head Ninja on Twitter for. No, I'm not Shinobi Sasquatch.
No, that's a different Shinobi.
Wrong guy.
That's
Shinobi, don't leave me here with Rogue, please. Please.
We're just talking, man. Don't worry, Mahmoud is here.
So yeah, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram. The Head Ninja, all one word.
Yeah, you keep changing the name of your. You changed your name. What is it?
In this case, I kind of had to because people kept thinking I was the Shinobi Sasquatch guy. And it's like,
yeah, nobody wants to be confused with that guy. I mean, like he just. What's his name? Cal. He did. I think his artist started. Like his artist went on to work on some other a bunch of other projects, and
poor guy.
I don't know why.
Well, yeah. See you guys later.
See you later.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yep.
See you later. Good. All right.
Yeah, I always like when Shinobi comes on.
Yeah.
Last week I was having a lot of internet connectivity.
I heard about that.
issues.
What happened, Lorenzo?
I don't know. I think today I got some sort of message saying that there was an internet outage for my ISP. So I received a similar message a few weeks ago. So I'm thinking that's part of the issue. But I also need to figure out what's going on with my router. If it doesn't seem to be working too well.
It's good this week, though, mate.
Yeah. It's gotten better over the last couple of days. I'll occasionally get disconnected, but for like a minute or so. But I think seems to be doing better. Knock on wood.
So tell us about you, Lorenzo. What's new in your world, brother?
Oh, not much. I saw some family members over the weekend, some cousins, some aunts.
Mm-hmm. All the different Altrusians.
Yeah, I got to see some. It's like so. Yeah, and now in my homeland, the land of the lost. Folks mainly just live in the lost city unless they get thrown into the pit of the Sleestak god, and they typically don't last long there. But with like in America, people just get scattered all across the country, or they might end up in a different country. They might end up in Canada.
Oh yeah. Kai asks you, when's the last time that you mounted a Hispanic?
I don't know. All you humans kind of
taste the same.
Similar to me.
Taste the same.
It's that kind of confused.
I like the taste of. Go ahead. Yes.
Sorry, I just turned the air conditioner on, but now I'm having a hard time hearing anyone. It's about 80 in here.
Are you sweating?
Maybe I should just open the windows and leave the air conditioner off because I can't hear anything when I turn it on.
Just sweat. Sweat with us.
I think, welcome back, Mama. Hope I pronounced your name right.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing well. I've seen you in the chat a lot, but I think this is the first time you've been on the panel.
Yeah.
Turn your camera on, Mahmoud. Let's see you.
Well,
Where's Mindy
that was
Wheeler?
quick.
Look like Mama ended up back. I'm having a hard time trying to add Mama back. Welcome back.
There he is.
Not sure what happened there.
Mahmoud, turn your camera on. Let me look at you.
I can't because I'm using my iPad right now.
Oh, you got an iPad?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Are you an artist or musician?
No. No.
'Cause a lot of artists and musicians I know use iPads.
I'm on YouTube right now. I make YouTube videos.
What type of videos do you make?
Some on video game videos.
I'm sorry. What kind of videos? I'm sorry. Didn't
Video
hear.
games.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm subscribed to your channel.
Yeah, I subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Cause I also need likes. I need also a ton of likes on one of my videos too.
Well, that's great.
Where are you from, Mahmoud?
I'm from Kansas. I'm from Kansas.
Oh, from Kansas?
Kansas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Well, that's
What
cool.
about you?
I'm in Canada.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cold in Canada.
Yeah.
Is it cold? Would it be pretty hot? No.
I'm detecting
Thank you
bullcrap.
for making me mod on your YouTube channel. Thank you.
It's cold in Canada in the winter.
Yeah. I would imagine it would be like where Ash is at. Isn't she in
No.
BC or didn't
She's
she
in
say?
BC, yeah. Today her car, I think she had car trouble, so she couldn't stream. She had to get it fixed, and then she ended up at just getting all that stuff sorted out.
Yeah, it sounded like
Yeah.
she was indisposed because of it.
Yeah, but she did send me a picture of her boobs. Hold on a second here. If I can dig it up. Let me see here. Oh, no, these are
Probably have
pictures of
quite a
my
few viewers from Kansas.
these are my boobs.
Going around
Yeah.
insulting the entire state.
No, it only looks like I got a picture of my boobs on my phone.
Enthralling. Absolutely enthralling.
Yeah. If you want, I can pretend to be asleep in bed. That's a lot of people like that when I do that.
Or when you start snoring, that's a good one, though.
Okay, hold on a second here. Okay, there you go.
Oh, looks like Rose falling asleep.
No, this is actually like ASMR, but people often they want pictures and videos of me sleeping. So this is like ASMR. It's the new thing on YouTube. Mahmoud, you should try this content. It's amazing. It's called Watch Me Sleep.
I don't like it. You have a one beard.
Thanks.
It's interwoven to his chest hair. We discovered that earlier on.
It's the new content. Check it out.
It's the new Kevlar, apparently.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is this kid friendly or is not kid friendly YouTube channel?
Say again?
Is this YouTube channel kid friendly or is not?
What, roast
Is
Is
it-
sleeping?
not, I think, is not is the answer.
It's not kid friendly or family friendly.
Probably not the most family friendly stream.
This is family friendly. It's just an old dude sleeping.
Okay.
Is that Kyle Ritter? Ty,
That's
you
just
fucking
the
asshole.
most family friendly part of the stream.
Is that Kyle Ritter? You see that, Johnny?
Let's see.
Bruh. Oh, man.
For Blade, give me chance.
My blade. Give me chance. Give
Yeah.
me chance. Holy shit. Yeah, Mahmoud. It's just, man. You know what, man? I'm just sweating away, and I'm not gay. It's just that I'm sweating.
Yeah.
That's it.
I have to go now. Okay.
Well, thanks
Okay.
for going on the stream.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
It was nice
Hello.
meeting you formally.
That was cool. I like him.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy. Lorenzo, you always got the most happening stream, but next week we got to bring the women's. Okay, let's make a pact
Yeah,
right
that
now.
would be great.
Let's get some women's in here, man.
It's
Because
unfortunate what happened with Ash, and I don't know what Mindy's up to tonight.
we need boobs. Okay, I think that is the key thing that we learned here tonight is that we need boobs, and man boobs do not
It's become
cover
a
it,
sausage fest this week, so
right? And how was last week's stream?
it lasted about an hour.
Okay.
The Bobby Kid 268 says boobs.
Yeah, let's get some boobs in here, man. We need to get, and preferably attached to a woman.
Yeah, that would be preferable.
Right?
Yes, that would be a change from Land of the Lost. You know, back when I was, well, I don't know, I left when I was a hatchling, but I've watched the show. I don't see any boobs on there. Maybe because they're reptilian, you know.
I know.
Lizard ladies don't. Well,
They
some
don't-
of the ones on Star Trek have the card. What are they called? Not the Kardashians, the Cardassians.
Kardashians.
Yeah,
They're called the
they got some-
Kardashians, and they're from Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, they got some boobs. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Let's do that. We got Ty. He says I had some great missionary this morning. I like a good missionary session to assert my dominance.
Hail the man of the cloth.
Yeah. Oh, brother. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely
shit.
was in. But one thing is, I think Ty was saying some unkind things about our panelists that was on, and I don't like that.
Which analyst?
Ty was saying something and making some comments about Mahmoud.
Mahmoud? Was he?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he wrote. I see. What
there's
he wrote.
some things that probably can't be read on air.
Yeah, no, we can't read those things in our Ty. We have to be accepting of all people, all different people from all around the world. And,
Yeah, we even
and-
allow humans on, and that's a big deal. That's a big taboo where I'm from.
right?
You know, because I when I was a hatchling, I started off in the Land of the Lost. I came over here when I was still a hatchling, but I was hatched in the Land of the Lost.
A very diverse stream you've got, Lorenzo. I commend you, brother.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for putting up with all of us. And I mean, tonight was a night where I just felt like I needed to express part of me.
Yeah. And I think we saw some of that expression on camera.
Yeah.
But that
Yeah.
poem, that was the love poem or love letter. That was so.
Hmm.
What sort of that was pretty cool. And what sort of program did you use to?
That's just with the Samsung Notes. I have a Samsung tablet,
Wow,
and then I got the pen.
so,
You know, the pen comes with
that's
it.
your
Yeah.
actual handwriting.
Yeah, you can just write cursive. You know.
Yeah, that was actually nice. That's a lot better than way infinitely better than my handwriting.
Really?
It's impressive.
Wow, I never would have expected it. I always thought that you were a man of. I imagined your handwriting being extremely cursive.
Yeah, that's something I'd like to work on.
You know what? There's all kinds of stuff on YouTube. There's people who are practicing cursive writing and teach you how to do it all.
There's a form of italics that I found I made my handwriting more legible when I was practicing more.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, it was in italics. That was like the original form of cursive.
Mm-hmm.
Back in was it the Renaissance when I think it was the Renaissance when that became a thing. Now, of course, there's some real elaborate italics that one can do as well, but there's a simplified version.
Ty says that he just likes to establish a person's race and sexual preferences. Didn't mean to offend.
So you did like the opposite of coming out of the closet, I think, because you came out as straight.
Who?
You wrote, didn't you say that you're coming out as straight or something?
Did I say that, Johnny? Did I say that?
Say again. Who came out as straight as what?
Remembering. So Dark Grift is still writing. He's like still writing messages about me. It's pretty funny. I just when I was checking Twitter to see if more people shared out the stream or anything, and like he's just like going on and on about this silly.
Come in.
It's almost like they need conflict. I don't understand this group thing.
Yeah, it's all groupthink.
It's so silly. Like, yeah, I'm Lorenzo Campaign.
Right?
Yeah,
I want to be Lorenzo Campaign.
Well, you're on the show.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, when we're here, we're Lorenzo Campaign. That's right.
You know, it's like if Dark Grift wanted, he could just like click on the StreamYard link and just, like I've been streaming on the same night. Well, I've taken breaks before for like a few months here and there, but I've been streaming on the same night for several years, and after I got the show going again the last time, I've been streaming pretty much every week.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for like certain holidays or something, like if it's like
Christmas
or Easter or some big holiday, then and like he's been on the show. That's the thing. He's been on the show. He and Crescent, I can't remember. Oh, and Laugh Man were on the show.
I remember.
I mean, he's welcome on here, but like he'd rather just argue on Twitter, and it's like, okay, whatever. Like a lot of people, like there's some people they'll just like say, "Oh, I see you've been arguing with people on Twitter," and then they'll just assume it's like that's all I do on there, and I mostly just retweet like comic book campaigns. I retweet stuff about like old computers, like the old school Macintosh and like Amiga and Atari computers, old video games, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll tweet out some music. It's very little of what I do on there is argue with people. I
Some
it can be
people just
fun.
like to argue,
It's not my primary purpose.
right?
But I'm just noticing this because as I said, I'm trying to see who's retweeted the stream and who's like, oh wow. Yeah, I can't show this on the screen, but Ty's got looks like an elf on the shelf and position near ladies
Face
caboose.
first, shall we say, Lorenzo? Face first.
Let's see what's going on with the chat. Is people? Ty's complaining that there's zero offloading tonight.
Yeah, we need Bob's.
Oh, I think we already read that. I don't want to see. I don't think Mama was a troll. We get a lot of people. We got people from all over watching this. It's not just from the comic book scene, or we get quite a few gamers. We also get people who are into all sorts of different hobbies. They're all welcome on here. It's not just I believe she's married. So I don't quite get the thing with Renfremus is I just mainly think her politics are bizarre.
Well, back in the day, she was. You looked at her Twitter, mate, all those years ago. It was horrendous.
Well, she was like,
certain race of
wasn't
people
she
to
like
get
a
hosed
right
down.
troll back then?
Yeah,
Yeah, like talking about like all sorts of and then she just kind of
jumped on the left-hand side of the road. It was
it's just weird. It's like yeah,
she flip-flopped quite hard, mate. And then obviously the blue wig came out, and
when she went on, I can't remember whose stream that was. One of those like bread tuber guys, I think. But I think
What is a bread tuber?
I think she
What
wore
is
that blue wig just to
What is
troll.
a bread tuber?
Huh?
What is a bread tuber?
One of those. I think they're just kind of left-leaning YouTuber.
Left-leaning? They're left-leaning?
Well, or they're just like some kind of.
What is a bread tuber?
I wouldn't say even really that. Just kind of run the kind of establishment like style liberal or Democrat.
Oh,
You know, like Like not even like not like the old school like anti-war left or the old free speech left or like that, but just like I think pro-establishment like.
She only won on one stream.
I
didn't
get
she?
it.
Huh? What did you say, Johnny?
She went on one stream, and then that was the last I
Yeah,
saw of
yeah.
her for a while. Yeah.
And she went on there and she wore that blue wig, and I think she was just like playing to. I think she was doing that just to
It was
deliver.
that during that Vic Mignogna thing, wasn't it?
Huh?
It was during the Vic Mignogna trial.
Oh, again?
Yeah. That's the time that she was on the stream a while ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I that seemed to be like whether or not people agreed, whether or not people like Vic Mignogna or they dislike him.
Mignogna, his name is.
Oh, is that how it's?
Yeah, it's Vic Mignogna.
Okay, Mignogna.
Mignogna.
So it seems like it seems very politicized. Like if people are on the left, they feel one way, they don't like him, or on the right, they really like him. But I don't know anything about the guy.
I just know the way you're supposed to say his name. That's all.
Huh?
I just know the way you're supposed to say his name.
Okay, yeah. It's not something. I mean, I tried following it, and it just was. I don't know. If people enjoy watching Nick Rekieta and like hearing about that stuff, it doesn't affect me. It's just not something I'm particularly. I don't really know much about voice actors or anything. And young Ron looks pretty good, says Colonel Moore. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, my thing is really now to do with their looks. It's very confusing trying to have a conversation with her. It just kind of doesn't really work out all that well for me.
Yeah.
With Chrissy, at least I think Chrissy's Twitter page got like suspended or whatever. But I don't know, or she deactivated it or something. But with Chrissy, I could actually have a conversation. And what I found was interesting is there are like people who are on the social justice side of things who really don't like tokenism. They don't, and but if I try to use like a term like forced diversity, she would think that I was that was against diversity. And then she said like tokenism isn't diversity, and like so, and I was trying to say that I was trying to explain forced diversity, and then I just stopped trying to use that term and just use the word tokenism. And Chrissy seemed to understand what I was talking about. So, because I think there is a kind of a left-wing argument that could be made against tokenism.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's even a left or a right. I mean, it can be politicized, but I think having original characters is something that I think a lot of people would go for. I don't think somebody has to be conservative, in order to realize, hey, just constantly taking characters and saying, okay, well, this character, we're going to change this character's race, and it doesn't necessarily. For me, I don't think that really equals representation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious how you feel, Ro.
I just am so bored with race. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, we've been talking about this for so many years now, and at some point, it's just so boring. It's funny to make jokes about,
Yeah.
right? But I mean, apart from the jokes, I mean, is anybody really consider someone of a different race different to them? Really? Like, I don't know, man. Does anybody really care? I kind of don't
Yeah,
think so.
would like let's say they would like say what, like a Persian Indian Charlie Brown, would that like be like representation? I mean,
Well, I don't even think
Indo-Aryan.
Indo-Aryan. I don't think it really.
I mean, like
I don't think you need to change anybody.
Yeah.
Like Charlie Brown is Charlie Brown. It's got nothing to do with his race. You don't
Yeah,
think
that's-
about his race. You know what I mean? Like, who
yeah,
thinks about the
I
race of
don't
Charlie
really
Brown?
think of like, yeah,
I don't think anybody does. Do you know what I mean?
Well, Snoopy was always cooler than him. Anyway.
There you go.
And Snoopy's a beagle.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Looks like we got some people backstage.
Oh yeah,
Well,
who do we got?
Yes.
Right on.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Appreciate you joining us. I didn't know whether or not to send out the link lately. It sounded like you were having some technical issues, or maybe you were busy or something. I can't remember. You had messaged me about something.
Well, I had problems with the integrated mic on the computer. I have a new laptop now, and it was causing some issues. Trouble hearing me. And
I
I
think
wasn't.
there might be a slight echo, but it's not too bad.
Anyway, I had to buy a new microphone to make it work, and I finally managed to find one that worked with my computer.
Well, I'm glad to have you back. Always found your always enjoyed not only your color, your coloring. Was it, what's the technical term for coloring comics? Is it just coloring?
I think it's just coloring.
Yeah, and it's you got your own unique way of doing that, which I've noticed is way well. Even Tech's talked about that being way faster. I don't even know what happened to Tech.
Was he on today?
I haven't heard anything from him. No, Danny hasn't been here.
Did you know it was his birthday recently?
Whose birthday was it?
Daniel. He has his birthday sale going on.
Oh.
I don't remember which day it actually was on, though.
Looks like we lost, is it Johnny? Oh, it's got to be really late over here. If he's over in the UK.
Yeah, he probably just fell asleep or something.
I'm going to have to turn off the air conditioner. I turned on the air conditioner. You have to turn it off again. I'm going to open the window.
Can you hear my air conditioning?
No, actually. Yeah, if you can hear us, we can't hear the air conditioning, and so I definitely recommend leaving it on the way things are.
I watched an amazing movie, Waterboy.
Water Boy, not Water World.
Yeah, Waterboy. Yeah, the Waterboy.
Well, I heard humans are mainly made of water, but what's Waterboy about?
It's about a boy who is basically a water distribution engineer. And then he becomes a football player. And it's quite aspirational. it goes from a journey of a water distribution engineer, a water boy, and then becomes more than that. He becomes a football player in his journey.
Interesting.
Is it an Adam Sandler movie?
That's right.
Oh, okay. I've never even seen that. Oh no, wait a second. I might have seen parts of it.
I've never seen it, but I've seen trailers.
I'm not
Yeah.
big. So I was a fan of his stuff on Saturday Night Live, and then as far as his movies, there was Happy Gilmore. I think I think I enjoyed that one, but I've only seen like some of his movies.
Mm-hmm.
But it was real big into Saturday Night Live when he was on there.
Yeah. I like comedies.
Yeah, I used to really enjoy like sketch comedy until everything became so politically correct.
Yeah, comedy's not good anymore, man.
Yeah, I've heard I can't remember who it was who was saying one of the guys who was on Saturday Night Live. I think it was Rob Schneider said that it's become like even in the comedy clubs, people are expecting him to be like politically correct, like the
Really
talk show host, like the late night talk show host, which was always the most kind of that was always pretty watered down what they could say on TV compared to like
absolutely.
I mean, I guess like they'd go some like Bill Hicks. He went on Letterman and they just when he went on Letterman, I think they just edited it out his comedy routine,
Mm-hmm.
and then he died of cancer.
Yeah,
and then
Bill Hicks was
maybe a couple
great, man.
decades later, they finally played it on there. Oh, go ahead,
Is
Rose.
that right? Is that right?
Yeah, his mom came on, and
so they didn't even play it before that.
Yeah, I think it took him a couple decades before they put in his mom. I think his mom went on there, and David Letterman apologized to her about.
Wow.
The sad thing with Bill Hicks is if there's these videos of what's that guy's name? He's got that song "I'm an Asshole." Dennis Leary.
Mm-hmm.
There's I've seen videos side by side, and here's Bill Hicks, who is like pretty obscure at the time, and he'd do a bit, and then Dennis Leary, who's like big time celebrity, doing very very similar. Like from what I recall, it was almost word for word, but. And it's hard to say, like it's. I'm not saying that that he definitely stole the act. It did seem kind of the way I've seen it presented. It did look very very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it would be an amazing coincidence if like all these different. I mean, like if he didn't copy it, but then again, with it's hard to tell with a YouTube video. It could be edited. I don't know. I'd have to watch the comedy specials back to back to say for sure.
Yeah.
And then I'd probably have to hire a good lawyer.
Probably.
Accusation that he ripped that he definitely ripped off Bill Hicks, but he allegedly did. And
these days, you got to hire a lawyer before you say anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it seems like.
Well, there you go. Anyhow, I'm gonna head off to bed, guys. But
You have a
appreciate
good
you
night.
having me on.
Good night.
Thank you so much. All right, and
Yeah,
I'll catch
thanks
you
for all.
guys. Yeah, I'll catch you guys next week, man. And we're gonna get Ash to come on and entertain us with the
Yeah,
stories.
yeah, it's
Right?
yeah. Tonight was kind of a slow night. It was.
Hey, man, it happens sometimes. You know that. Not
Yeah,
all the shows are at the same speed. It's just one of those days, brother. No
yeah.
worries,
Thank
man. I had a
you
good
for
time.
coming on the
Appreciate it.
panel.
Yeah, man. Cheers. All right, guys. Night.
Have a good night.
Night.
So, how have you been doing, Geass?
Okay.
Yeah, this show's become kind of. It's always kind of a surprise because now that I've been putting the StreamYard link in the chat and never know what's going to happen. We had like a couple new guys on here that hadn't been on here before. One of them had worked at Motown Comics, which was apparently it was Barry Gordy from Motown Records when he is part of the LA branch of the record label. Also made comics.
Oh, okay.
Hope I said that right. It was because I knew that I heard something about Motown moving to LA. I'm not sure if it completely moved or sounded like they still had, at least at that time, that they still had like an office in Detroit or something, maybe some studios there. But me living in Michigan, it just, from what my understanding was, Motown was pretty important to, well, I mean, American music in general, but like for like the Detroit area, and I thought that maybe the entire record label moved from Detroit to LA.
I'm
I'm
not
not
really
sure how
familiar
that
with them. I
worked.
couldn't say anything either way.
I was surprised though to find out that they had a comics division. Maybe I might have heard that before, but and Coolio apparently had pitched a comic book about a superhero that whose superpowers came from radioactive crack. At least that's what the guy was saying earlier.
There's a supervillain in whose powers come from cocaine.
That's a DC character, right?
Yeah, Snowflame.
Yeah, that was brought up in the chat earlier. I think a couple people were talking about that. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know which character come. Maybe that's why the comic wasn't made. I don't know. But the guy said that. But the guy said that this was around the time though that comic books were starting to really kind of lose popularity or lose money or something, or maybe both. So the comic book industry, I think, was on decline around that time, and so I can't remember. I'm not sure if he said how long he stayed at Motown Comics. But now the guy is indie, and he has a crowdfunding. He's crowdfunding a comic in the future on Indiegogo. got a sign up page, but so that was one of the guys who was on earlier. There's another guy named Mahmoud who he's got a gaming channel. It's the first time he was on. But no sign of Daniel Tech. Rose says, hail the chat. Hail Ro. Let's see. There was some article I read about a phone snubbing where they're calling it phubbing. And apparently, phone snubbing is when somebody pays attention to their, instead of like paying attention to their spouse, they just pay attention to their cell phones. And so there was some sort of scientific study that came to the conclusion that it could damage a relationship. Not sure they necessarily needed a study. To reach that conclusion, but I guess it is something worth studying, though. How does this technology affect people's lives? Because when I was a little kid, it was just like, you want to talk on a telephone, it was something that was like a cord connected to a wall, or the older phones were just like wall, some of them were wall mounted. Or if they like were maybe sat on a table, they were stationary. Or if somebody wanted to look up a fact, they'd look in the encyclopedia, like the Britannica or the World Book or whatever. That's how things were, like, pretty much through when I was in high school. I think it's when I think the high school had the internet, but it wasn't the World Wide Web. It's all text. We had computers since I was, computers. I was using a computer since I was a little kid. Just wasn't hooked up to the internet is all. And we didn't like have these portable, we didn't have smartphones until, gosh, I'm trying to figure out when they started coming out. Trying to think if it was like, was it early 2000s or? No, well, the iPhone became popular in the late 2000s. You still there? Geass?
Oh, sorry, I hit the mute button on my mic.
So yeah, I'm just rambling. I'm getting kind of tired.
Let's see. I just watched The Eminence in Shadow in 3 days. That got me tired.
What's it
Yeah.
called? What did you watch in 3
The
days?
Eminence in Shadows. It's a 20-episode anime.
Oh,
I watched the whole thing in 3 days.
was it good?
Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed it. This was not my first time watching it. I think it was my third or fourth time. Not really sure.
Oh, wow. I see PDA phone hybrids came out in the mid to late 1990s. Okay, that's...
Anyway, I started chatting with a girl I met at an anime convention. And she hadn't seen The Eminence in Shadow, so I decided to show her at least the first episode to get a reaction out of her.
Did she keep coming back to watch it with
Well,
you?
that's why we watched it so often. Yeah.
Also, you were watching it with a gal. That's great.
Yes. I figured out how to show her the first episode, and we watched the first 4 episodes in one sitting. Mostly because of the twist from the ending for the first episode. I wanted to see how she'd react to that.
Well, that's cool. I can look that up if... What did you say it was called? Eminence of Shadow?
Eminence in Shadow.
Eminence in Shadow. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I could continue streaming because I had to turn off my air conditioner a few hours ago. Open the window, but it's becoming humid in here. Also, there was a manga. Oh, and a light novel.
Yeah, it's got 5 volumes of the light novel.
So, it's a light novel. Is like a was it like a shorter novel but with some pictures and stuff? Or
I'm not exactly sure what the definition of a light novel exactly is, other than the fact that it frequently gets made into manga and then anime. I guess it's not as thick as some novels I've seen. And there's typically a standard size, it seems. Anyway, something I hadn't noticed on my previous viewings is that the opening changes slightly.
Huh.
In the last couple of episodes, it is actually raining in a section where it was clear before.
That's kind of cool. That I'll drop the YouTube link in the chat. I don't know with copyrights and stuff if I can.
Well, that is posted by the official Japanese channel of the studio that made it, or
Yeah, I'm
whatever.
saying I don't know if I can stream it on here, but people can check that out. Thanks. Well, that's cool when they change. When I like it when they change the opening to shows, even if there's like even like a slight variant. Sometimes that actually can catch my curiosity a little more than if it's totally different.
Well, yeah, like ever see the anime Gun Sword or Gun X Sword? I'm not really sure if you say the X.
I don't believe so. I'm not.
It's kind of obscure from over a decade ago, but I got the DVDs for it, I believe, from I think the company that brought it to the U.S. isn't around anymore. Anyway, the opening, all the characters were in silhouettes except for the ones who had been introduced. So when a new character gets introduced, the next episode, they would no longer be in silhouette.
That's actually a really cool concept.
Yes. And any characters that would die would be removed from the opening.
Interesting.
And ones that were important enough to be included in the opening in the first place. There were several villains of the week who show up once and then never again.
Oh, I see.
And there was another one called Astra, which also went through several iterations. For example, one of the characters gets a meaningful haircut a couple of episodes into the season. And the opening from that point on is changed to reflect the new haircut.
So, like, one of the things I was thinking about with like subtle like changes was something like Futurama or The Simpsons, where they would have the kind of these gags where
That's called a couch gag.
Yeah, the couch gag. Yeah, but what you're talking about is interesting because it actually reflects the overall plot versus just okay, there's some opening and we're going to do this as a gag. Like even to the point of like what I would think would be a fairly minor detail, like somebody cutting their hair, that being reflected in the opening is pretty cool. Or removing them after they pass away. Yeah, that's a really brilliant concept. And I think we've kind of reached, I don't know. Seems like there's a lot of innovation that goes on with anime and manga. I know I've also heard there's a lot of, I mean, I know there's just so much like anime and manga that it's, there's going to be derivative stuff as well, like anything else. But
yeah, when something is popular, there will of course be copycats who try to duplicate it just so. I was reading this one manga, which is basically a ripoff of Rising of the Shield Hero, only it loses the parts that makes it endearing.
Oh yeah. Again, I'm not too familiar with manga, but I like hearing about different things like earlier people were talking about like different comic book topics that even though I've been around this, the YouTube comic book scene for or or part of the YouTube comic book scene for a while, I still haven't learned anywhere near as much about like comic books as I had initially hoped to. And it's the same way with manga. There's just and anime. There's just so much stuff out there.
Yeah, I think it's possible to read every single manga at this point. Even the ongoing ones, it seems like there's not enough hours in the day for all the different ones that are running at the moment.
I tried to watch Bleach, and it's interesting. I was having a problem back in the day with Crunchyroll. I was trying to watch it on my Xbox, and back then, this was years ago. They might have fixed it, but back then the Xbox app didn't. It seemed like it was crashing or something. Something wasn't working correctly. Like maybe the streams weren't playing. Something, yeah, there was something about where I wasn't able to actually watch the shows. So I canceled it for a while. I have Crunchyroll again, but haven't been watching much of anything on there.
Yeah, Crunchyroll basically burned me. They just wasn't working very often, and I don't have an Xbox, but I have a Roku, and I also had frequent trouble getting the app to work. And even on the website, I had trouble.
Yeah, it seemed like the website worked well on my Chromebook, but yeah, it seemed like the app wasn't always ideal.
Yeah, even when the website itself wasn't having technical issues, the manga interface is rather poor. They have a manga section.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that.
But they don't really maintain it very well. They don't, like, back once when they had like 24 titles, that might have worked fine, but after a certain point, it just became too hard to use it. Also, the pages didn't line up. Like, Planet Width would frequently have double pages. And because the way Crunchyroll does it is one page off, they would basically be split where you'd get, this big action shot, and you'd only see half the picture. And the other half would be on the next page.
That sounds pretty not very useful, I'll say. I'll put it diplomatically, not very useful if you can't see the whole page. So that makes more sense. But I think I understand why you stopped using it. I mean, if it wasn't, if it's not working for if it's not working for, sounds like it wasn't working well for anime either.
Well, their anime, they actually seem to care somewhat about how their anime library is set up. I mean, the search bar would actually, at a certain, originally, I was able to use the search bar to locate both anime and manga. But at a certain point, they decided to, I guess, remove the manga from their search, suggestions. And it became really difficult for me to locate titles I wanted. I can't favorite manga like I can anime. And it just became too difficult to use.
So did the anime, does that work pretty well though?
Well, when it works fairly well.
But were you having problems where it wasn't working? It wasn't streaming?
Well, yes. For a significant point of time, I could not get the anime. I couldn't get the app to load. Frequently, the website wouldn't work, and I just kind of canceled it at a certain point.
That sounds like my experience with back in the day with the Xbox app.
Yeah.
And I don't even like. I've with my Chromebook. I just tend to use if I can view something in the web browser. I typically do because it doesn't have because the apps tend to take up quite a bit of space, and if I can whereas I just already have like the Chrome browser built in, so might as well use it. And I've had success with that.
I see. Well, I have a Roku.
Crunchyroll, but I haven't tried looking at the manga on there. I was a little bit confused about that, and so I've never really used that feature. Plus, I'm not the best reader. Dyslexia and stuff.
Well, the Roku is actually meant for streaming apps, so that's not a problem. Though Crunchyroll still has some issues, like language selection. The way how it works currently is if I'm doing it via the app, I have to select the different seasons based, they would have there's this bar on the side, section on the side that has the list of the different seasons and the different translations for the different seasons. And instead of just saying season 1 English or season 1 French, it would give the full name of the anime, which can be very long at times, and then in parentheses have the language it's in at the end. So if I'm doing this through the app, I have to highlight the language and give it a moment for the text to start crawling so I can read what language it is.
Wait a second. What do you have to do to read what language?
Well, when I'm selecting the language I want, I have to, I basically control it with a remote control. There's like a D-pad on the remote that I can use to go up, down, side to side.
Yeah. I could. Well, it sounds like it's kind of a pain to select it then.
Yeah. And the order of the languages seems to be randomized. Like,
that's weird. I would think it would be in alphabetical order. Well, I guess it could be kind of. I would think it would be like an alphabetical order but since if you're like using the English version, I would think it would come up in English first, and then like maybe in parentheses or whatever have the the writing for like Hebrew or whatever the heck, like or Espanol or something, But if it's just random, then that does sound frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always in the same order when you select that particular title, but it will be, from title to title, there's no consistency between them, so I can't keep track of it.
That doesn't make much sense to me. Like I would, because like when I'm looking at, I think when I was setting up my Chromebook, I think the languages were in alphabetical order according to English, with maybe name of the term in the language itself, like, listed next to it, but like on the right-hand side or something. I could be remembering things wrong. But that just seems like that's how, like, a lot of programs are. Like, if I get like an app for my Android, typically it's not too difficult for me to find English. I might have to sort between, say, American and Canadian English and other forms of English. But this just sounds like a pain in the butt.
Yeah, also autoplay can be annoying. If I run out of episodes for whichever language I'm on, it will then start playing whatever the next language is. The first episode of the next one in line. So I might just finish watching an episode in English and then it will start playing the first episode in German. And if I don't catch that in time, it screws up my continue watching thing.
Oh yeah, this really does. So I could definitely see. Yeah, I would be frustrated with that. It doesn't even make any sense to me. I would think it would just like. I would think you would just set the default language and it would, stay that way. Or maybe give you like with what Twitter has. I think it gives me the option of which languages do I want to see Twitter and do I. Not sure if it actually works with Twitter, but I have English and maybe like Japanese list. I mean, not because I read Japanese or anything, but I want to see,
Well, I can set the default
manga or
language when I'm
whatever,
using their website, but it doesn't apply to their app.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I would think with a streaming service, like, I think with Netflix, I just set it on English and it stays on English.
Yeah, at least if there is an English version.
Yeah, not that I watch a lot of stuff on Netflix like I used to. I mean, if I hear about something good on Netflix, I get a recommendation, then I'll try to check it out. But there's so many different streaming services nowadays. It's not like back in the day where Netflix was one of the few like legal places where somebody, could watch something and the companies would like make some sort of royalties. I don't know as far as the actors or whatever if they.
I get the feeling there's this whole chain of payment or something.
There's there's that actors strike and I know people are saying, well, a lot of my friends who are that critical of the writing these days are saying, well, these writers don't deserve money or what. But the thing is, I could still see, regardless of what one thinks about the vast majority of like writers in Hollywood, it sounds like they just, the allegation I heard was that, okay, the way that some of these writers get paid is like there's a movie and then it gets sold to the theaters or something along those lines. And then they make money. But supposedly, like if these services end up streaming the movies, they didn't. That not all these actors have like a deal set up, so they get what they feel is the proper cut of the money.
Possibly.
It sounds like they're not, like the allegation, I think, is that they're not just getting a fraction of what they would if it was like actually shown in the theaters. Because instead of like instead of the company like selling it to the theater chain or whatever they do, they're just streaming it themselves.
I don't think they sell it to the theater chain. I think, well, it might depend on which theater it is or whatever, but I think the movie company gets a cut of the ticket sales, or
That
whatever.
would make more sense to me. I don't know, this article I was reading I could be remembering it wrong, and the person writing the article might not have been an expert on like the entertainment business either. It could have just been somebody from who was like a reporter, but it could have been outside of their field of expertise. And I can't even remember where I read that. So it does sound though like it could be a bad thing if. Because I don't necessarily blame the writers, particularly if they're writing something that the studios want them to write. If the studios want them to write some story that I consider bland or whatever, and it's like politically correct or whatever, it's not necessarily the writer's fault.
Yeah, executive middling is a thing.
Huh?
Executive middling is a thing. It's where the executives get involved and the writers are forced to compromise, and it's not as good as it could have been.
Yeah, there's some writers, maybe they, and I don't even mind like if it, I'm not like if it has social commentary, and there and it's I consider it to be intelligent social commentary, whether it be left wing or right wing or whatever. It's a good story, I'll it's there's a good chance I'll watch it. But the thing is, if there's even like the original Star Trek, and then I think it continued on to the subsequent Star Trek shows, there were a lot of times when the executives didn't, they'd have a great writer, like famous science fiction author, but they come up with a script, but the studio is like, well, the advertisers won't like this, or we can't show this on television because of this or that. Like, I think there was a big thing with the Star Trek, the original series. Like, I think that was going on like during the Vietnam War. So there were certain episodes that, if it was like an anti-war episode or whatever, they might be rewritten so it was a little more ambiguous. As far as like the stance on war. And it's hard to say, would the original have been like beating people over the head? That could also be the case, as maybe the original was so blatant with a message that it could have just turned people off. I'd have to read the scripts, the original script and the altered script and stuff and even I not an expert on things. I have no idea how viewers would have, maybe the network executives were right. I don't know. But I've heard that happened with quite a few Star Trek episodes. As they would end up getting rewritten.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Or even like the show's creator, Gene Roddenberry, sometimes he'd rewrite something, Sometimes he had some people I'd consider to be great writers, but sometimes he'd disagree and say, well, I'm going to rewrite it this way, I think that's what happened with Encounter at Farpoint. I think it might have started off as like the first episode, I think it was a pilot episode for Star Trek Next Generation. I think it might have started off as a regular length episode, and I think he might have expanded it and changed some plot elements. The writer of that was like DC Fontaine. I don't know if I pronounced her name right. The original writer, but then Roddenberry went and rewrote it. I kind of like the episode because it introduces Q.
Yeah, Q's amusing. I didn't really care for him in that first episode, but he gets better.
Oh yeah, and I mean, in that first episode, he was judging humanity and
Yeah,
using a lot of
seems rather out of character.
hundreds of years before, and blaming the humans who were alive at the time for things that their ancestors did. That wasn't really. I think that was before they really knew how to write Q, make him. I mean, I find Q later on as being entertaining. A trickster, and could be quite arrogant, be a big jerk. But on the other hand, I think of him as I think he was trying to prepare humanity for the day that humans became like the Q continuum, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because I think that was his fear, was one of these days humans will evolve into like this, whatever the heck the Q are. Like, I don't know if they're like pure energy or what the deal is. And be able to like manipulate time and space. And I think that scared Q.
Maybe.
That's something I'd like to rewatch, is the Next Generation. But I don't have, what is it? I don't know if it's CBS All Access or Paramount Plus or what it's called now.
I was watching it on Hulu at the time, but I kind of fell out of it. Don't know where it's at now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's still on Hulu or not. If so, I'd watch it there. There were some episodes that, even in the later seasons that I really enjoyed. Like there was one called Tapestry, which involved Q and Picard, and Picard had some regrets about life, and I think I'm not going to give away spoilers, but it's just I thought it was interesting how they dealt with that, and there was one I think called Inner Light where there was this probe, and Picard ends up living the life of somebody else.
Anyway, I just checked. It's gone.
I couldn't find him when I looked last time. But I thought that there was a chance that it could still be on, that could be on there again, because you constantly change. I think maybe that's how they're promoting it. That whatever is it Paramount Plus now?
Yeah, it's Paramount Plus. I'm guessing it's probably there. I actually have Paramount Plus again. Like I got a subscription to it whenever Lower Decks is around, and I cancel it when I'm done with that, and just renew it.
That makes sense. I've heard they have an archive of movies, but I don't really watch a lot of movies anymore. Like my late dad and late brother, they were both film buffs. But I don't know, once Hollywood got like so much into like, it wasn't just CGI, because Next Generation, and I think the Next Generation used some CGI, and Deep Space Nine, I think used a fair amount, like, but seems like, but I'm talking, that's TV shows. Seems like both TV and movies, just the writing has kind of gone downhill in a lot of franchises. Or though I think Paramount owns the rights to, and might show quite a bit of old stuff on their channel. I mean, on their channel, but their streaming service. I don't know if you checked out any of the movies on there.
I have, but I can't recall what they have off the top of my head. It's been a while.
I know they were I'm pretty sure they grew out of the old Desilu Productions, but I just remember Desilu making TV shows. Trying to remember the movies that Paramount made. I think they own all the Star Trek movies, so that might be something worth watching. If they're on there, that would be something I'd enjoy watching, because I'm not sure if I've seen all the Star Trek movies. I think I'm not sure if I saw. Like, I don't remember watching. There's one, I think it was called Generations, that had both the original series actors, like Captain Kirk, And then TNG with Captain Picard. I don't know if I caught that one, and that's one I'd like to watch. Also, there was one of the Calvin universe kind of reboot or whatever, kind of with J.J. Abrams. I think there was one of those movies I didn't see. I've seen most of the Star Trek movies. Oh, I'm looking at Paramount Movies channel on YouTube, and it's just got movie trailers, but apparently the Tom Cruise Mission Impossible, which I don't think I ever saw that. That was a Paramount movie. Sounds like they own the rights to the Indiana Jones movies, or at least some of them. That sounds like something I'd be interested in. I'd like to rewatch the Indiana Jones movies. Wonder if that's on Paramount. So do you know about megalodons? Megalodons?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't really know much about them either, but finding some science stuff like throughout the week or last couple weeks. Apparently, this one article says warm body temperatures may have helped these ancient sharks swim fast and snake prey. But apparently, it says that I'm skipping ahead in the article, that warm bloodedness may have been a double-edged sword. The trait may have helped megalodons become swift, fearsome apex predators. That explains apex predators. And apparently they were 20 meters or 66 feet long, but the shark's voracious appetite also may have spelled the species doom. And I don't know, I think somewhere in the article it talks about cold-blooded fish. How they might have eventually had an advantage. An evolutionary edge. I'm just going to put that in the chat, but I probably should close up the stream. I'm
finished with the picture.
Well, thanks for joining us on the stream. I think I'm hearing my neighbor, and I don't want to cause problems for person. But thanks for going on the show. Geass, it was glad to see you again.
Okay, good to see you too.
Let's see, I'm going to put the... Oh, where can we find you?
Master Geass, DeviantArt.
Looks like Sticky Art just showed up. Hey, Sticky Art, where... Oh, it says I was just lurking, but have a good one. You too. And I'm gonna... And I'm gonna highlight your... Oh, awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining us. I think I'm just gonna log out and not stay backstage unless
Okay.
there's anything you need to say off air.
Yeah, good night, everyone.
Have a good night. Oh, I should say, by the way, I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. You find us here every Thursday night, U.S. and Canada, at 8, what's it, 5 Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, which is apparently 1 a.m. UK and 8 a.m. Friday mornings in the Philippines. Have a great night, everybody.